What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Transparency. Good morning. It's a Monday. It's a Sleuths Christmas story, a true crime holiday special show. Merry Christmas. Happy holiday. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy holiday. What is up? Okay. Great show planned. And I wanted to do it today versus last night for a couple different reasons. Because we're going to be giving away shit today. So that was the number one reason I pushed it back. The other reason was I wanted to finish reading Richard Allen's right here, finished all the pages. Richard Allen filed his appellate brief. Okay. So, and take a look. There is Wendy J. Olson on our screen. Well, who is Wendy? Who is Wendy? Well, Wendy, you may have recognized this face before. If you've been following the Idaho 4 case, Wendy would come in for limited purposes. And during the Idaho 4 case, and she would represent the media's interest in the case. The media, aka we the people. Well. Let me just go over here. Wendy Olson to represent, this is who we're getting to represent, our interest in seeking documents from the agencies involved in the University of Idaho student murders. In case you guys didn't know, I am an investigative journalist seeking full transparency where the public interest, citizens' trust in the government outweighs potential unwarranted invasion of privacy. The government declared and determined that it would seek the ultimate punishment after 4 college students were murdered while they slept at an off-campus house. There is no greater public interest known to exist than the public's right to know through full transparency, full examination of the investigatory records of all agencies that were under the control and direction of Moscow Police Department during the Idaho versus Brian Koberger case. We have a right to know, examine, understand, learn, and inform the public of the government's steps that it took within this case and report on it. The government, yep, that's we the people, we were seeking the approval. By showing evidence at a trial as to why we were seeking to kill one of its own. High-profile capital murder cases deserve full transparency, regardless if there was a plea deal prior to trial. 3 years of hundreds of filings and over hundreds of thousands of notes, reports, photos, and interviews were made, which are by definition part of Idaho's right to know, access, examine, and copy. The citizen's ability to inspect the government's conduct during a capital murder case, which spanned over 2.5 years, should not be shielded due to the case abruptly ending with a plea deal on the eve of trial. A trial where all the pretrial exhibits, motions, filings were almost all temporarily sealed until trial for the sole purpose of the defendant's right for a fair trial. Today, 6 months later, investigatory records in a closed case are either being frivolously withheld entirely or frivolously redacted based on the city's discretion that TNT believes is being abused and not in compliance with Idaho Public Record Act's true intentions. TNT believes the city of Moscow is abusing its discretion when handling residents and non-residential public requests as they pertain to the University of Idaho student murders known as the Idaho versus Brian Koberger case. And TNT plans to fight it. So, who is Wendy Olson and how can she help? Well, Wendy J. Olson, former U.S. attorney for the District of Idaho, is a partner here at this firm. And she is it's a litigation practice too, which you need a strong litigator, somebody that's going to go in there and litigate. She focuses her practice on government investigations. You see that right there? Government investigations, white collar criminal defense, and civil litigation. Wendy has over 2 decades of experience prosecuting. So she's a prosecutor in the past. White collar crimes cases along with criminal civil rights violations. Then I was saying to myself, this is who Dan Moore and Karen Moore you get. Child sex exploitation cases in Idaho's only federal death penalty case. She served as an assistant U.S. attorney for 13 years and served as U.S. attorney for the District of Idaho for 7 years until joining this firm in 2017. Prior to joining the U.S. Attorney's Office, Wendy was a trial attorney in the Criminal Section, Civil Rights Division, U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. She also served as an assistant to the legal director of the National Church Arson Task Force. Wendy also served as a law clerk for U.S. Chief District Court Judge Barbara Rothstein in Seattle. So, I mean, I think we are in the best of hands, right? Wendy knows all, okay? The most important part is Wendy knows this case. So there you go. First thing on the holiday, we're going to be firing off stuff. Moving on, I have a little ticker here. No topic gets more than 5 minutes. All right, next topic is in 2025. Copy something. In 2025, Truth and Transparency has covered cases such as the Richard Allen case after he was found guilty. We still continue to cover that case. We will still continue to cover that case. Sheldon Jeter Jr., Shanna Gardner. That's the Jose Baez case out of Florida. Sheldon Jeter Jr. is a case out of Pennsylvania. I work exclusively with his family. We are waiting still on a decision right now, and it was during this direct appeal. There was juror misconduct. It's out of Beaver County, and literally they were expecting a decision right before the holidays. So I'm expecting a phone call any day. If he will just get a new trial just for the simple fact of the juror situation. We've been covering here the Karen Reed case. Karen Reed, huge case, acquitted. Boom. That happened in the summer of 2025. We will continue to cover the Karen Reed civil case. From Karen Reed's criminal case, we came in contact with the Turtle Boy case. We've been covering that. We will continue to cover that. Again, Shanna Gardner's the Jose Baez case out of Florida. That was the murder for hire case. It is set to go to trial in 2026. I will be in Jacksonville. I will be there covering, doing lives from Jacksonville, as well as being in the courtroom, as well as starting to attend pre-trial big time hearings. Shanna Gardner added a woman out of Ohio, Diane, to be a part of her defense team. She's one of the best in the state of Ohio for what she does. Her and Jose Baez have worked in the past together in a 2022 case out of Ohio where they got, I don't want to say like they got anybody off. It was a doctor was accused of giving copious amounts of morphine and shit like that, and they basically tried to charge him with a murder, like 13 patients, saying that he was doing it for like to kill people, like a serial killer. Jose Baez was retained. Diane and Jose worked on that case together here out of Columbus, and in 2022, I think it was a huge ass victory for just all around healthcare treatment. This doctor was out of the ER doing. He wasn't murdering people. Anyways, next, obviously Richard Allen. What other cases have we covered? Let me look at my list here. Oh, obviously, Dr. Moore out of Idaho. Obviously, University of Idaho, Idaho 4. We will continue to cover those cases. trying to think of, I think. Oh, we did cover a little bit of the Adelson stuff. So we'll be keeping an eye on to see if Wendy gets charged. I personally think that she's not going to be charged. Talking about the Shanna Gardner case, it was a death penalty case. The government pulled it. Shanna Gardner's case moving forward is not going to be a death penalty case. Okay. They were getting their asses handed to them in the filings. I love Florida. Talk about some transparency over there. When they file depositions, we know about it. We know when they're scheduled. I mean, so Shanna Gardner's case is no longer a death penalty case. And listen to the reason why. This is what the government's going with. Do I think that that's truly the reason why? Absolutely not. The government is basically saying that they've talked to Jared Bridegan's wife and Shanna Gardner. They had kids, and it was like, we're doing it for the kids' sake to not seek the death penalty. I think they're trying to get out of there's a lot of fuckerage going on in the case, but that's what they put out in the media. So, oh, a big one that we forgot about, Luigi Mangione. We're covering that case. Okay. United States healthcare CEO. So the Diddy case happened this year. We did not follow it. We did not talk about it here. Diddy is a piece of shit, an absolute fucking piece of shit. But I'll tell you what. Let me take that back. There is no but. Diddy is a piece of shit, period. And everybody around him is a piece of shit. Everybody that he answered to in the music industry above him, pieces of shit. You are a product of your environment, okay? Diddy kept his mouth shut, but a lot of other people should have been hauled their asses in and charged. And so that to me is what the most egregious thing about the whole Diddy thing is the government choosing not to go after anybody else. Y'all can fucking sit and spin. Next. What else? Okay. I'm going to drop the link here. Paste. I'll take down little Wendy. Hold on 1 second. If you want to be a part of today's show, I'll tell you the format. Everybody knows that I don't do this often. And when I do it, it's usually for special occasions. This is a special occasion. Any cases that we've talked about on this channel are up for debate, up for a topic debate. Anything that we've covered on this channel is up for debate. Did I share that? Okay, hold on. There it is. There's the link. Okay. That's the first thing. I'm inviting all creators that are out there, any members, subscribers, lurkers. And I have a list of topics here. So nothing will be a dull moment as ever. Ooh, Merry Christmas. It's gonna be in my head all day. I also made a rap song / go. Idaho 4 song. If you don't know, now you know. I'm going to pin that. Hold on one second. I'm going to pin. True. Come back here. Where's my post? Okay, there it is. Okay. The link is pinned. All right. First thing up for debate is Richard Allen. Fair trial or not? There's some things that, I mean, even as closely as I was following it, but just so much. Fair trial or not, Richard Allen, fair trial or not. We can put that on the list as well to do with IGG. We've covered that here. Fair trial or not. Again, it has nothing to do with innocence or guilt. It has to do with fair trial or not. So I'm going to read you guys a couple things. Again, there's the link. Richard Allen, Delphi case. We're going to go to the Betsy Blair. Okay. So for in 2017, the murders happened, and then he was arrested in 2022, right before literally the Idaho 4 case happened. And I was actually starting to cover it extensively. And then when the Idaho 4 case happened, I wanted to cover a case because I'd never done it before on this channel in real time. And to do it in that's the case. And so anyways, murders were in 2017, arrested in 2022, and then his trial was in 2024, the fall. But there was huge pre-trial hearings that were heard. And one of the biggest is about certain evidence that could be used, or I guess you could say investigatory steps. And I want to tell everybody this. This is wild. Okay. The way that they did this brief, I like the part where they go and they say, this is what the jury heard, and then this is what the jury didn't hear. Okay. And there was rulings as to, why. So, A, investigation into ritual killings. Okay. There's a big old deal about that. We're not going to discuss that. But at the end of it, I need everybody to listen to this part. In the weeks leading to the murders of AW, she had been talking with a boy, LH, who's Logan Holder, and meeting up with him a few times. She kept this relationship secret from her family. On the day she was murdered, AW invited LH to meet her on the trails. Now, this is really important. Okay. I said, oh, how did this occur? Because AW, Abby, did not have a cell phone. So how did you message him or call him and talk to him and invite him on the day? Okay. LH had school, so he declined. Okay. So how did you find this out, right? And ready for this? Wouldn't AW know that he had school? Yes. So that sentence is interesting to me because it's like, well, maybe AW was inviting him to come out there. Abby was inviting Logan to come when school got out, because they went there and didn't get out there until 1:30, 2 o'clock. So I can't see how anybody could say, I can't meet you at the trails if this was on the same day, because you didn't even know that you were going there. And so therefore, if if you were to ask him to come and you did it at like 1 or 1:15, hey, I'm in school right now, but I can come later. You get what I'm saying? Like you're almost going to be out of school. School ends at 2:30. So the next thing that was said then is while law enforcement was searching for the girls on the 14th, they learned about LH and AW's secret relationship. Again, how? If nobody knew about it, if Abby's family truly did not know about it, right? Because listen to what is coming up next. So the 13th was a Monday. They didn't have school. The 14th is the day that they were looking for them and find them at noon, already dead. In this brief, LH was pulled out of class on the 14th, and his phone was searched. That moment, LH texted his father, Brad Holder, and said, in quotes, "She's missing." What? It's like all of that needs to come the fuck in this trial. We heard none of that at trial. That Logan just wrote, "She's missing." On February 17, 2017, law enforcement interviewed both LH and Holder. By then, law enforcement already suspected the murder scene involved a pagan ritual. So then they go into that. So anyways, I just think that everybody should know about that, which is on the 13th, Abby invites him to come out to the trails. He says he declines because he's at school, because he had school. But then on the 14th, and nobody knew about the relationship, and Abby and Libby are missing, dead, somebody was to inform law enforcement somehow. And on the 14th, while he was still at school that day, law enforcement went to his school, pulled LH out of class in Logansport, and searched his phone. That moment, LH texted his father, Brad Holder, and just wrote these words, "She's missing." What? Texting Brad and saying she's missing, he would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Now check this out. There's more to it. So again, the shit, talk about the jury not hearing it. I don't even know how many people have heard that's just covering the case or listens to people cover the case. That's a huge problem, how that did not even remotely make it into a trial. But more on this is everything to do with, we were always told that Logan's dad, Brad, had this alibi because he was at work. Okay, well, this is what the jury did not hear. Okay, this is what the jury did not hear. Ready? Alibi investigation. When asked for an alibi, Westfall, who is Brad Holder's friend, he said that he was home with his minor child. Okay. Now, on April 13th, which had been a month after or 2 months after the murders, officers visited the landfill to investigate and spoke with an employee, Susan Case, for Brad Holder here, who provided a printout showing Holder swiped out of work at 2:45 p.m. on the Monday. 2:45 p.m. Like that's when his badge was swiped, which was 30 minutes after the Bridge Guy video. Okay. And why this matters is because human hands dealt with the phone plenty of time for whoever was handling that phone after. Case invited the officers back in the day in April 13th, 2017 to review video to confirm the printouts, the accuracy of them, but those investigators declined to do so. So we just asked you, you're telling me, oh, this is what his time card says, but you're welcome to review the videos that we have here of the actual, like, hey, here's people coming and going. They said, nah. So they didn't interview also any other employees. Why does this matter? Okay. Unified Command marked the Holder, Brad Holder, as cleared suspect. Tipsters, though, continued to identify Holder as Bridge Guy. Like they kept coming in. Now, Sometime around March 2017, Detective Purdy interviewed Brad Holder, which had been a month after the murders, to get his assistance in connecting the murders to this Norse paganism. Because Holder was not a suspect, Purdy did not record or document this interview with a report. That is what his answer was in a question. None of this was heard. The jury, everything I'm telling you guys right now, the jury heard none of this. Unified Command declines to reinvestigate despite reports that Holder is posting pictures of young girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. Ready? I never knew that this part existed right here. Me, myself. On April 12th, 2017, shortly before taking medical leave, Trooper Winters received a call from a tipster. I knew of Ryan, but I did not know that this Ryan Boucher guy talked to Winters. So, and I did not know that he was then taking a medical leave right after. Winters found a concerning similar, so it was about his Brad Holder's Facebook, okay? Here. Holder's social media also featured him holding guns and homemade knives. Winters immediately recommended to his superiors that law enforcement investigate Holder further, like something's up, which they declined to do, claiming his alibi was cleared by the FBI. Okay, who from the FBI cleared Brad Holder? Winters was not satisfied and urged the Indiana State Police to conduct its own investigation. Now, on April 4th, 2024, Allen's counsel deposed that woman, Susan Case. Come on down from the Liberty landfill, the HR office. Come on, we have to talk to you. She testified in this deposition that the Liberty landfill where Brad Holder was working was operating on two staggered overlapping shifts. One was from 5 a.m. to 1:30. And the other one was, the second one was 7 a.m. to 3:30. And I'm like, what? 2:45? What the fuck? On the day the girls went missing, Brad Holder was scheduled to work from 5 a.m. to 1:30. But his badge swiped out during the second shift around 2:25. It's like, you were supposed to, 1:30 to 2:45, that's an hour and 15 minutes. Nobody stays at work. Nobody wants to be there, okay? Especially not this type of fucking job. Landfill, get the fuck out of here. Brad Holder did not have sole custody of his badge. His badge was on a public rack outside the view of cameras and accessible to other employees, including second shift. There was no lock on these badges, and Holder's name was prominent on his badge. She was asked in a deposition, if somebody left when they were supposed to, but somebody else clocked that person out an hour or so later, would that be known? Answer, no. Like, you could do that. When the state moved to exclude any reference to the state's investigation into third parties, the trial court held a hearing on the motion in July. At the hearing, Holder's wife testified, which I knew, I was there. Holder told her that basically Patrick Westphal killed the girls. But anyways, and I'm over here like, the jury needs to hear this. Okay? The jury, so I'm over here of the topic of like, fuck if you want to call Brad Holder a third party suspect. It's, we want to talk about the investigation. Okay. And they couldn't talk about the investigation. Okay. They were not allowed to talk. That is a huge, big problem, right? Right. Now I'm going to go all the way here to the end, which is, I was loving this argument. Oh, hey, Elaine, you have to go back out. Your device is not connected, and then come back in and I can click you on. There you go. How about this? So we'll be moving on from right after okay. The court committed reversible error by admitting hearsay to rehabilitate the timeline upon which the state built its entire case. As an expert, in order to testify to something in trial, you disclose a report. If it's not in that report, you're not going to opine on it, okay? Because this is what you're testifying to. The other side has a right to know that. If you are going to be a rebuttal to an expert, you're an expert in your rebuttal, same thing. You're disclosing a report ahead of time, and this is what you're going to be testifying to, okay? That's how it goes. There's a reason for it, all right? This is not trial by ambush, all right? So there was experts that the state had in the Delphi case. There's experts that the defense had. Now, the defense kept getting their experts yanked, and it would be like, okay, yep, I'm not declaring this person an expert field in this field, blah, blah, they're just out. So this discretionary on who the defense was able to use was absolutely ridiculous. But listen to this, because I was wondering how they're going to bring up this issue. There's two issues. This is so good. This is like fucking tits. During that trial that we were at, the state built its entire case upon the following timeline: that Richard Allen encountered the girls at 2:13. He completed the murders alone, then left LG's phone, Liberty's, at the murder scene, in which was underneath Abby's leg. After that, he was then spotted by Sarah Carbog leaving the scene at 3:56. So we have a murder that's happening between 2:13. Well, the encounter's at 2:13, and you have to be done completely with everything to be out on the main road walking at 3:56. So 2:13 to 3:56. If Allen committed the murders, there should be no human initiated activity on Liberty German's cell phone after 3:56 p.m., but there was. At trial, Richard Allen called expert Eldridge, a former FBI forensic examiner, who examined the data from Liberty German's phone and testified that wired headphones or an aux cable cord was plugged into the phone at 5:45 p.m. on February 13th and then removed at 10:32 p.m. Stacey Eldridge would have had to disclose that she was going to be testifying to that she was going to be that she was going to opine on that. Okay. So unless there's some other fucking whacked out rules in Indiana, but this should have not been a surprise to the prosecution on what Stacey Eldridge is going to be testifying to in their timeline. Okay. So this action would silence a phone call. If you guys ever remember when you plug a cord in, it would silence and it would ring through the earphones. So Stacey Eldridge noted that the data showed an incoming call moments before the headphones were inserted, suggesting someone was intentionally silencing LG's phone. Actually, now that I remember it, she didn't. Did she have a report? I know that she created a spreadsheet. Since the state claimed Allen left the murder scene at 3:56 p.m., Eldridge's evidence eviscerated the state's timeline and showed that someone else committed the murders. Okay. The state responded by asking Cecil, who was their phone expert, whether water damage could simulate headphones being plugged into LG's phone. Over a hearsay objection, so it'd be like, objection, hearsay. So the defense, that was the question. The defense says objection. Cecil, she says, overruled, testify to it. Cecil testified that he Googled it and found during the break, he Googled it and found some unspecified, non-peer-reviewed, quote-unquote, troubleshooting forums reporting that it could. I was like, I've never heard in my entire life that an expert would ever testify and has ever testified that, oh, well, yeah, on the break, I went out there and I Googled it. Okay. Ready? Cecil's testimony was inadmissible. Totem pole hearsay. Unless our evidence rules provide otherwise, out-of-court statements are not admissible for their truth. The truth of the matter asserted, For totem pole hearsay to be admissible, each part of the combined statements must conform with an exception to the rule. Here, the posts on the troubleshooting forum are at least double hearsay, One, the internet forum is hearsay. And then two, the statements posted there are hearsay. Cecil's status as an expert does not affect the hearsay analysis. It's not like those rules don't apply to you. Hearsay is hearsay. Statements contained in a reliable authority can be admitted over a hearsay objection when used to contradict an expert who is testifying on the witness stand. That would be if you were to bring that up to Stacey Eldridge. Okay. But here, the online forum was neither reliable nor used to contradict Cecil. Okay. You cannot. The only way that would have been able to have been used is if you actually used it on Eldridge. Rule 703 does not allow the state either. Under 703, experts may testify to opinions based on inadmissible evidence if the evidence is the type of reasonably relied upon by experts in the field. The rule, however, does not authorize experts to parrot facts that the expert adds nothing to. Like these, he has no idea what he's saying. Basically, Judge Galt knew. I don't even blame Cecil. Cecil had to answer the question. If I'm Cecil, I'm thinking this is going to totally get, sustained. He probably was like blown away when it's like not. And he's like, I Googled it. He's just answering the question. Cecil added nothing here. He was a mouthpiece for totem pole hearsay that he, quote unquote, Googled. The error was constitutional. A defendant is entitled to a fair opportunity to defend against the state's accusations. Now, ready? So that in and of itself is just like, it's just so ridiculous. Okay. This includes the right to impeach a witness through cross-examination when they provide a critical link in the defendant's guilt. Here, the judge arbitrarily allowed the state to undermine Eldridge's testimony because those jurors should have never heard that. Okay. And you're not allowed to consider things that you would never have heard. Okay. Yes, you can use common sense, which is different, but the weight that an expert is applied for a lay person who's a juror, okay, it's night and day. Here, the judge arbitrarily allowed the state to undermine Eldridge's testimony with a person's internet post. And it was impossible for Allen to impeach the person through cross-examination because guess what? They're not fucking there. The error was harmful. Eldridge's testimony undermined the timeline upon which the state built its entire case. Allowing the state to rehabilitate the timeline affected Allen's substantial rights and the jury's decision. 1,000, right? Now, I want to show one more thing about this, and I want to talk about now. I could not believe this. Okay. For 5 years during this fucking case, before there was an arrest, all they were doing, Doug Carter, I have the clip. Doug Carter and everybody to do in this case was showing video of Bridge Guy. Hearsay from that video allegedly, okay, and sketches, okay, of eyewitnesses saying, "Yep, I'm going to sit down with the sketch artist and blah blah blah." Okay, that is part of the investigation. Now, ready? Okay, I went ham on Betsy Blair in 2024, ham. Okay. And the reason I went ham, because if the judge is not going to allow certain things, then it would change your trial strategy. If the judge was going to allow certain things to come in, I want to bolster Betsy Blair's credibility because of the sketch. But once the judge decided that the Betsy Blair sketch, and you're not allowed to talk about any of this shit, is not allowed to come in, okay? That's going to change the way that I need to go at Betsy Blair, because I'm going to go at the fact that you saw the bridge person not on loop 3, but on loop 1 or loop 2. I'm going to go at that because it's about a timeline. And what I mean by that is, here we go. The court denied Allen his right to present a complete defense to explain the scene and impeach the investigation. So when I would talk to Scott Roeder about the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case, I'm like, listen, I need you to explain the scene where Tyreek Pugh was shot and supposedly killed with 7 bullets in his head. Okay. I was like, this is a secondary scene. The way that the blood is coming out of his nose, it should be coming down like this. And if you look, his blood out of his nose is coming up and over like this. And that's not the natural flow of gravity when you're on the ground and you're actually on a tilt like this. Like that's even more of a reason that the blood would be flowing down over your body, like downwards. Okay. Tyreek Pugh's blood out of his nose is going up and around like this. Okay. And I'm like, here you go. This is a staged crime scene. That's what somebody like you'd be able to, you hire people like that for this purpose right here, which is to present a complete defense, to explain the scene. Okay. And the jury has a right to hear that. In the Richard Allen case, he was basically denied this left and right, like you wouldn't believe. So for this example here is this Betsy Blair sketch. So the 14th Amendment guarantees a defendant the right to a fair trial, which is a bunch of different ways. So the amendment's due process clause places significant substantive limitations on the state's power, prohibiting its arbitrary exertion and guaranteeing a criminal defendant a fair opportunity to defend against the state's accusations. So you're accusing me of this, and this is how you said that it happened, and you get to put in all your pieces to the puzzle, but you're only giving me, there's 1,000 pieces to this puzzle, and I only get to work with 400 of them. How the fuck can I complete that picture to the jury when you have all 1,000 pieces and I have 400? Okay, the jury's gonna, I need all the 1,000 pieces and at my disposal, just like you have at your disposal to paint this other picture. Although trial courts have broad discretion, okay, in conducting trials, this discretion has constitutional limitations. That is, courts may not infringe upon a weighty interest of the accused through decisions that are arbitrary or disproportionate to the purposes they are designed to serve. For an opportunity to be fair, the defendant must be permitted to confront and cross-examine witnesses and to call witnesses in his or her own behalf. These overarching principles operate in tandem. It's not one or the other. It's you get it. That's how it functions. Okay. And it functions in tandem with the Sixth Amendment, which guarantees a criminal defendant's meaningful opportunity to present. Okay. You're giving me the opportunity by having a trial. I need a meaningful one, motherfucker. And that's what I always argue when I do my stuff pro se. I say the word meaningful. I'm not asking for an opportunity. I'm asking for a meaningful opportunity. Okay. Not one that you can just check off. Here we go. So this Betsy Blair shit. We are fed these sketches hanging up all over Indiana, hanging up all over the country. That is a huge part of this investigation. And I said to myself, how in the world is this not allowed to come in? This was their investigation. This is how they conducted it. And what they basically did at trial, it was like they talked about February 13th. They talked about February 14th. And then they just fast forwarded all the way to when they arrested Richard Allen. Dude, that's 5 years in between. And basically, by the way that the government, the state of Indiana, okay, went about presenting their case, it then limits the scope of any type of cross-examination, kind of like what Hank Brennan was doing in the Karen Reed case. If you're not calling certain people, then I would have to then call them on the defense, but then I'm not even able to do that. So listen, here it goes. The court committed reversible error by excluding Blair's sketch of Bridge Guy. Okay. At trial, the court prohibited Allen from using Betsy Blair's sketch of Bridge Guy. This decision violated our rules of evidence. Number one, and denied Allen his constitutional right to present a defense of mistaken identity. Okay. Now, what Richard Allen has to prove to the appellate court here is that there was error, but this error has to be harmful. There can be such thing as it's harmless error. So this is definitely harmful, and they do a really good job explaining why, in my opinion. Because errors in the admission of evidence will be disregarded as harmless if its probable impact on the jury in light of all of the other evidence in the case is sufficiently minor so as not to affect the substantial rights of the parties. But when the error is constitutional, the standard is higher. This is a constitutional error. Generally, before a federal constitutional error can be held harmless, the court must be able to declare a belief that it was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, not just preponderance, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard. So with that said, evidence is relevant when it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable. So when you ever hear people say, objection, Your Honor, relevance, what is the relevancy in any of this? I'm going to use Turtle Boy's case. It is absolutely going to be relevant. Turtle Boy's past behavior, if it mimics exactly how he's been over the course for the past 10 years. It's relevant. It's relevant. Now, it would be irrelevant if you want to talk about Turtle Boy carjacking. If he was carjacking, if he got caught carjacking, Grand Theft Auto. Irrelevant. Okay. So, this is relevant. Betsy Blair's sketch. So, you have to determine that's relevant. Probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. A court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger that it could unfairly prejudice or confuse the issues, mislead the jury, things like that. And that's what Turtle Boy's defense team is going to say, is that it's prejudicial. Well, any evidence against you is prejudicial when it's bad acts, and it's the same thing. The Montgomery case, I think that he's actually going to win his appeal. Okay. I think that everything should have been tried separately. I don't think the jury should have heard certain things about what Kayla's talking about because it was overly prejudicial. And it's so moving on. A court, Blair's sketch proves that she did not see Richard Allen on the bridge. Blair did not identify Allen in court as bridge guy. Remember I came out and I was saying that? I was like, nobody had the balls to ask any of these people if, okay, you guys all saw that guy that day. Is that the guy you saw that day? When you saw him get arrested, why didn't you run? That's what I would have been asking. Hey, when there was an arrest in this case and somebody was arrested, did you see the news? Somebody show you a picture? So you didn't run to the police and say, oh my God, that's the guy I saw that day, and they didn't take a statement from you? That's how you would go at that. Because none of them did. None of them came forward and saying, oh my God, the guy that you arrested, that's the guy that I fucking saw that day. This is why it's important. But according to the prosecutor, Blair must have seen Allen on the bridge because Allen told us, quote unquote, he went to the Monon High Bridge out to the first platform, which is exactly where Blair saw Bridge Guy. That is what the prosecutor is telling the jury. Okay. If the prosecutor is telling the jury that you don't think that the defendant has a right to say, and bring this up, Blair's sketch shows that Allen looked nothing like the person Blair saw. Just 3 days after the murder, Blair met with a sketch artist and described the man that she saw on the bridge as a white, about 20-year-old, medium build and having brown, curly hair. An artist created the following sketch based on Blair's description. And guess what? They never put that out to the public. They waited on that sketch for years. This looks nothing like Allen. At the time of the murders, Allen was short, 44 years old, with closely cropped hair. Blair's sketch also shows that she and Carbaugh saw different people, and this is why this is important. The state's timeline for the murders is dependent upon Sarah Carbaugh and Betsy Blair seeing the same person, because that's how it was sold to the jury. Because the jurors are saying stuff like, well, who else could it be? There's nobody else out there. The fuck there was. There was two people out there, according to these people, based on their sketches. And it's even gonna get better here. And the prosecutor told the jury that every witness is adamant the person that they saw was Bridge Guy. There's no doubt in their minds, in quotes is what he said to the jury, the prosecutor. But Blair's sketch disproves this claim. Carbaugh, like Betsy Blair, made a sketch. When Blair saw it, she described that when Blair saw Carbaugh's sketch, she was like, "This is wrong, like this is wrong," and not who she saw. Holy shit! Talk about relevance. Betsy Blair told the police that who Sarah Carbaugh saw was not who she saw. Betsy Blair's sketch, which was not able to be used, impeaches the investigation and shows law enforcement's biases against Allen. For 2 years, law enforcement circulated Sarah Carbaugh's sketch without it yielding a single arrest. That's the one, the older looking one. So in April of 2019, Indiana State Police released Blair's sketch, declared it, quote unquote, represented the face of Bridge Guy, and announced that Blair and Carbaugh did not see the same person, end quote. That's what they told the entire world in 2019. When I was reading this, Bella's resting, and I jump up, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, we got to find when Doug Carter is talking about that a sketch is not a photograph. Remember when he's going on and on about talking about with Kelsey, he's doing an interview. A sketch is not a photograph. Okay. Listen to this. After Allen's arrest, the story changed, and the jury then was told that Sarah Carbaugh's sketch, or the man that Sarah Carbaugh saw and Betsy Blair saw, they were the same person. Okay. Blair's sketch was reliable and probative of Bridge Guy's identity. That's really a key word, that they use the term identity there. Okay. Blair contacted law enforcement literally the day the girls went missing, and it was, quote unquote, very clear to her she saw Bridge Guy. 2 days later, she developed her sketch with an artist and a book of facial features. She rated her sketch 10 out of 10 for accuracy. In 2019, she met with law enforcement repeatedly, and she reaffirmed her confidence in her sketch. She insisted that she could identify Bridge Guy if she saw him. If she was to see him again, I would be able to identify him. I know what he looks like. If I see him again, I can identify him. Ready? Blair's sketch is not hearsay. So I like to learn things because I like to know how to argue them. Blair's sketch is not hearsay because Nick McLeon argued that it's hearsay. Okay. Blair's sketch is not hearsay. Indiana bars the use of out-of-court statements for the truth of the matter asserted unless the statement falls within an exception. Here, Betsy Blair's sketch was not a statement. Although Indiana has not reached the issue, other courts hold that a sketch is the functional equivalent of a photograph. This is when I was going crazy about Doug Carter. And I'm like, oh my God. He's foreshadowing, like, if this is to ever be used, a sketch is not a photograph. A sketch is not a photograph. He basically came out and said that. And I swear to God, you guys, he came out and said that for a fucking reason. I swear to you. Because he knew one day that this was going to bite them in the ass. He knew that this sketch, because it's common sense, that sketch looks nothing like that sketch. And you guys are trying to say that it's the same person. Right? Because if you don't say that it's the same person one day, then that's reasonable doubt in and of itself that there was another person out there. But here, to eliminate all of that, Judge Gall was just like, I'm not letting any of this in. How can you do that? You can't. It's unconstitutional. You cannot do that. It's a reversible error. Because it's an error, and you can reverse it. No statement is involved. The sketch is not hearsay. A statement is not hearsay if the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination. Betsy Blair was there. She's going to testify to it. She can be crossed. So she can be cross-examined about a prior statement, and the statement is an identification of a person shortly after perceiving the person. It's like this. Dylan Mortensen, eyebrows. Dylan Mortensen was never given a six-pack. Dylan Mortensen never picked up Brian Colbert. You best bet your bottom dollar that if Ann Taylor did not ask about that, then she failed. Okay? And she would have. And she would have cemented it in, just like how I would have cemented it here, is that once I would have known that Betsy Blair said that she could identify the person if she was to ever see him again, Betsy Blair was never given a six-pack. Okay? None of these people were. But more importantly, none of these people came running to the police to say, that's who the fuck I saw. That's most important. And that was not emphasized at trial, and it should have been. Blair's sketch is also admissible as an adoptive admission. A statement is not hearsay when it is offered against an opposing party and is one the party manifested that it adopted or believed to be true, which Betsy Blair did. That occurred here. In April 2019, the Indiana State Police released Betsy Blair's sketch to the public and declared, "This is the face of Bridge Guy." That's exactly what they said. Blair's sketch is admissible under Indiana's common law, too. Decades before Indiana adopted the rules of evidence, sketches were admissible if the eyewitness took the stand at trial. She took the stand. But it was also part of their investigative, like, how can we not, so then this is me. I'm reading this and I'm like, next page. Even if the sketch was inadmissible hearsay, Allen was still entitled to use it. Why? Because state law does not have the last word on hearsay. And the rule must yield to the constitutional right to present a defense. Evidence Rule 802. Hearsay is admissible when other law requires it. When identity is crucial to the case. This was to identify who the Bridge Guy person was. And to identify also, the timeline. Excluding the sketch violated the Constitution. Here, the state concedes that Bridge Guy's identity was crucial to their case. If we can determine, so this is what Nick McMillan kept saying, if we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can determine who killed Abby Williams and Liberty German. Blair's sketch was critical to Allen's defense of mistaken identity, and the judge's decision to exclude it was arbitrary and disproportionate to any legitimate government interest. The error was harmful under both the Constitution, the constitutional harm error standard, and Indiana's evidentiary standard. There is no dispute the state's timeline depended upon Betsy Blair seeing Allen on the bridge and Blair and Carbaugh seeing the same person. Just like what I just said, the timeline. Blair's sketch disproved both points. Excluding it affected Allen's substantial rights and the jury's verdict. But what I would have also added here is, and it bolstered Betsy Blair's statements when she said that she knew for certain that she saw the guy on loop 3 versus loop 1 or loop 2. Okay. By not showing this, it also bolstered her when she's saying, this is when I saw the person. Because what I would be arguing is that more than one person was on the bridge during the time that Betsy Blair was at the trails. I would also be using both sketches to talk about the other people, the younger kids, and saying, did they ever show you these? You know, when you saw these, did you say, oh my God, yeah, that's exactly what I saw? But then the best part is that when the sketch comes in of the younger person that Betsy Blair saw, now you put it up against the person that's walking behind Abby and Libby supposedly on the bridge at 2:13. And now you can also argue that that person was clearly an older person and that they could have been there with a younger person. And now you're talking about a tandem. And Richard Allen doesn't have a son, but somebody else does. And somebody else was invited to go out there that day and meet them. Okay. Crazy. Crazy. All right, next up. That was just so egregious. It needed its own. Woo! But Lana did looks creepy. Of course, they have the right guy. Iro, huh? Oh, yeah, dude looks creepy. God. Nobody could possibly read that. Okay. And it's just, so did Richard Allen get a fair trial? Absolutely not. The decisions that Gall made, when you want to talk about a domino effect, it's just like, wow, domino effect. That's just crazy. Let's see. Never mind the fucking hair from Kelsey wrapped in Abby's fingers. Yeah. Never mind the fact that there was just no DNA of, so talk about this case. There was no DNA of Richard Allen's anywhere. Okay. Anywhere. Nowhere. The lies, the prosecutorial misconduct here. It's very similar to the where is it here at the end? Right here. The state performed a sexual assault kit on both girls and found no physical evidence of sexual assault. Despite testing the sexual assault kit, hundreds of clippings from the clothes and swabs from the girls' bodies, cartridge, and cell phone, law enforcement found no DNA from Allen. The state told the jury that Allen controlled the girls, swapped AW's clothes, and articulated their bodies and moved LG all by himself before fleeing the scene by 4 p.m. The state's witnesses repeatedly claimed Allen used the sticks as camouflage. And for reasons the state could not explain, Allen dressed AW in LG's clothes and turned and repositioned her at the scene, causing blood to flow from her neck and over her chin. Okay. That's like my example with the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. Oh, do we have somebody in the back there? Ah, hey, what's up, brother?
What it do? What it do?
How are you? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Same to you. How are you?
Fucking great. How are you, bud?
I am living the dream. I'm hoping somebody will wake me up.
Oh, we can do that. We can do that.
Hey.
Um, I was just going over. Since you're up here, we could switch on over to the Idaho 4 case.
Sure. Whatever you want to do. I'm here for it.
So, well, Judge Hippler said, we're going to get all these new documents now with batch 3 finally being, handled. So hopefully we're going to start getting into like the crime scene.
Yeah.
As far as like, because I was reading last night the rest of the Delphi case with the brief, and there's just so many similarities in terms of arguments that
A lot of parallels, yeah.
This was a staged crime scene with Delphi. How does somebody's blood go over top of like the neck portion? The blood should be coming here. It's going the opposite way. That defines gravity, and basically, how does somebody like Richard Allen, there's no DNA, none.
Nothing.
And that's what I said. I'm like, this jury, yes, they were not, they only had limited stuff, but at the end of the day, how could they be in that deliberating room and saying to themselves, God, all this handling of the bodies and the clothes, not a single like touch, nothing.
What do you think? Well, I'm glad you brought that up. What do you think's going to happen with this one, Lena? You think it's going to flip truly?
Oh, I think it's going to be the fastest flip, and he's going to get back in that courtroom, like pronto, 1,000%. I mean, this is.
I agree.
It's
I can't wait. Yeah. Actually, I can't wait for it because that was so bad, and I truly think, and I said this before, and you may not believe that same thing I do with this, but I think Gall needs to be the one that needs to be in jail personally because of what she disallowed for no apparent reason whatsoever. And like you said, I think personally that the jury missed out on so much. She purposely disallowed for them to have to be able to see and hear. So
that's why, like, when I was there, I'm just like, I know what I heard. I'm not imagining things.
Right.
And in fact, when I would leave that courtroom and I would hear then Andrea talk, she's talking the same thing. Then you even get to hear what like lawyer Lee's saying. Okay. And then I hear people like Lauren from Hidden True Crimes. And I'm like, what the fuck? What courtroom was that brought in?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Nobody should be convicted off of what was presented in that courtroom.
No way in hell.
No way. Okay. None. Like there's nothing there. There's nothing. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. Like nobody identified him in that courtroom.
Nope.
Then you got somebody, literally this expert is telling you that somebody handled the phone at 5 something and then at 10 something.
Right.
I'm just like,
that was big. Yeah.
So many different things were just like bombshells, just like this should give you the reasonable doubt that you need. This should give you the reasonable doubt that you need. If it's not the DNA and if it's not the phone issue.
Well, and at the end too, how about how they had the whole bullet thing, okay? The way that was explained to us through the whole thing, then at the end, how they had to actually try to prove what it was a bunch of bullshit too. The whole thing was just ignorance and bullshit.
Yeah. Well, what I'm starting to see here though is just it's burden shifting. It's
yeah, it's a good way to put it.
They're just, in so many of these cases, it's like you're asking the defense to basically, I don't have to prove shit, but I should have the opportunity to disprove things that you tried to say. But it's on the state to prove this burden, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And just to hear jurors say, like, if not him, who could it have been?
Right.
And it's like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
There's many.
And then, like, there's just no questions, like with I would have just tried to open the door a little bit more, because there were certain things that were said, like you're not going to be able to say third party culpability,
Right.
but we can talk about the people that were in these girls' orbits.
Yes.
Okay. And to make it relevant. All right.
Yeah.
To ask one of the experts, well, you went through the stuff. Who were they contacting?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the people that found the bodies. I mean, I think I've said it. Maybe I just think that I've said it out loud, but I'm going to put it out here. I've read all the transcripts in this case. I went to the trial, and I would have really focused in on, his name is Haygood. His name is Shane Haygood.
Mm-hmm.
He was with John Johns.
Right.
And everything about how they said they came upon that body is absolute it's not true. And you can actually prove it. But Shane Haygood was never called to the stand. And I'm shocked the defense did not call him to the stand. But see, I love Andy Baldwin. Like, I just wish I wish I could have been on that damn team.
Sure. Yeah.
Because there's just no way I would have been voicing my opinions on, hey, we need to poke holes into the recovery of everything and what went on and who people were, and that they weren't ever asked, like they were never asked to come in and sit down and where are any formal statements, and that when you're out there, why didn't they? There's just things that I would have went at, just the ruffles, and then they have they can depose people, before in Indiana, and I know that they were on that path with all the with the Odinism stuff, but Ron,
is that the direction that you think it went, in your opinion? You don't have to answer if you're not comfortable with it.
I mean, I loved the Franks for this reason. The best part about the Franks to me is that middle section where somebody is describing, which obviously, Baldwin wrote it.
Yeah.
All the steps that had to have taken place to undress, reclothe, hands being washed.
Sure.
You know how hard it is to put on your own clothes that aren't wet, wet clothes that aren't yours on somebody else.
Right.
And that portion of the Franks is literally so amazingly wrote, and it seems like it's repetitive when they're describing all these steps, but it would embed in your brain, okay, as a juror, in my opinion, that this did not take 10 minutes. This took a long time.
Yeah. Right.
And and then for one person to do this,
it's there's a lot of things that they completely avoided here. Like, I agree with
also
you.
They couldn't. Oh, this is the other part. When we were there and the jury's watching these videos with no sound. Okay. This appellate team did an amazing job pointing out the fact that, it was almost like a disservice to play the videos with, you should have just never played them at all then, because playing them without the audio, because they objected, Nick McClellan objected to hearsay. And I'm like, how the fuck if that's hearsay, which is not, how is the bridge guy video not hearsay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, like what?
Wow.
But in this part right here, it was so well written, because it says when they played it here, I'll just read this little part. It says that at trial, Allen moved to introduce 15 videos showing the conditions he endured in solitary confinement. The court sustained the state's hearsay objection and ordered Allen to mute the videos when he showed them to the jury. So that's the reason that the videos were muted. So I remember when Max went up there and he pressed play and whatnot. This was reversible error. The audio shows a delusional, confused, and disoriented mind. The evidence can only be fully appreciated by listening to it. Accordingly, Allen respectfully requests this court watch the videos with audio, especially 172. And this was like the number of the exhibits. The statements in those videos are not hearsay. Statements are not hearsay when used to prove a defendant's state of mind. And the reason I want to point this out is, have you guys ever seen a trial where it usually happens a lot in a civil case, divorce proceedings? Hey, keep a journal. Hey, keep a journal, document everything. Well, that's all out of court statements. Okay. If you want to be able to enter in a journal one day, it's not coming in for the truth of the matter asserted. I can promise you that. It's coming in for state of mind. Okay. You're not going to write in a journal how you recall events that took place. Sorry.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Unless you're going to be questioned on it. All right. But what you would be keeping down as a journal is your state of mind and how something made you feel and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So same thing with this is when Gall's over here, objection hearsay. It's like, this isn't hearsay. This is this dude's, it's his words. It's his state of mind. They're the ones recording it, not us. Like it's their videos that they created. Right. And this was precisely Allen's purpose in offering the evidence. And the trial court conceded this. To the extent there are older cases suggesting that a defendant can never admit his own statements, those decisions are inconsistent with the adaptation of the modern rules of evidence. The audio in this video is also relevant because it impeaches Dr. Wallace's testimony. And it's like, and so I just remember one of the jurors saying, when she did her interview, she was basically saying that the videos, it was her description of the videos and how she took it is exactly how somebody would take it if they didn't, like, that's exactly what happened. Like, her how she treated the videos is exactly how I think that she should have, because there was no audio, because you don't know what the fuck is going on. You're just seeing this, and then she's thinking that, yeah, this guy just looks like he's doing these things like those guys came in and testified to that were the what were they calling the inmate? What were they calling them? The support. It basically how it was just, hey, he wants attention. Hey, he's faking this. He's faking. Okay. Yeah, he's eating his shit. Yeah, he's rolling around. Yeah, he's banging his head. Sure, it's all fake. Like, come on. But I can see that. Yeah, it totally changes everything, because let's play the bridge guy video with no sound.
Right, of course, absolutely.
Because then it's nothing.
What a mess.
Nothing.
I truly do.
So why wasn't the bridge guy video played with no sound?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
And maybe part of the trial strategy with that was, no, we want to show that because Richard Allen wasn't bridge guy. I mean, I don't know. I would have. It's just, when you read this, it gets just so like, oh my God. There's only so many things you can do when your hands are tied behind your back.
Of course.
And so I think that, if anything, this appellate brief shows how I guess you could say penalized, or how handicapped the defense team truly was, aka Richard Allen was, to defend himself in a double children murder. I mean, he's being accused of killing 2 little girls.
Of course.
It's unbelievable. But then you look at the Idaho 4 case, and it's like, well, there wasn't a trial, and but everything leading up to the trial, things that were supposed to be suppressed weren't, because people were lying.
Big time. Do you think that was the plan the whole time, Lana? Do you think that they ever wanted there to be a trial, or do you think that the plan was it was never going to go to trial? I know that's a rough question to ask.
Well, it's like, honestly, I think a couple different times Bill and his team were like, oh shit. Like they didn't know what to, it wasn't, it was like a, oh shit moment. I think a couple different times. And I think then they just started getting like, I don't think that they thought that they were going to win some of the things that they won.
Of course.
And then when they just kept winning things that they shouldn't have won, there is no reason to be putting up a for a plea deal, because if it's gonna be like another golf situation where you're just gonna keep protecting us and keep shielding us,
Yeah.
and keep making our arguments for us,
Right.
and protecting, the public from seeing anything that we did wrong. When I say wrong, fucking like violating our rights wrong.
Very, very badly violating our rights. Yes.
Yeah. So it was like, there's no reason to even talk about plea deal because we're just getting everything our way, right? It was right there at the end that this plea deal, because Hitler was like, okay, do your last talks or whatever, because I'm closing it out. Like there's going to be no wiggle room after this point. And
yep. Best last offer.
They were just trying to hide it. Everything was being hidden until unless you asked me for it and then you made the courts compel it, I wasn't giving it to you.
Of course, yeah.
And based on the dates of the reports and when they were typed up, it tells you when they would have been available. And so
right.
I would love to see the Bates pages of how Ann Taylor was handed the discovery. And that's the next thing I'm seeking, is the order of which, and that would be required that even if I have to just go and examine them, I just want to see and take notes of what was the order that Ann Taylor was receiving things, and make a chronological list of how she was receiving the material.
Right.
Because that would be a good way to explain that to people, that, hey, this is what.
That makes sense. Yeah.
This is how we got the case. This isn't.
Well, it looks like we're getting we're going to be getting some interesting. We're getting Maori stuff and stuff like that. I'm hopeful that a lot of it's not severely redacted and all that. I'm hoping to see a lot of that stuff come out.
Well, Hitler's not doing the redactions. It's the city.
The city, right?
Themselves.
Yeah.
What's up, JC?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas to you too as well. Doing well, actually.
What's up? What do you give us a topic?
Well, of course, Richard Allen is a great case. You were the first one to introduce me to it, and
crazy case.
The thing that initially that sold me, I guess cherry on top, was the fact that Andrea Burkhart, which I already had previously followed, was concerned, and then she literally was willing to just on her own dime travel there because she had to be in the court, just like you did.
Yeah.
It's like, and then the fact that you guys had to fight against the judge to get into the courtroom.
Huh.
It's just, there's so many, and I've listened to you break down all the details, and I recently listened to or watched and listened to Defense Diaries and their guest, I forget his name, professor.
Baldwin.
Baldwin. Oh, Baldwin. Yeah. I love him.
Well, yeah, Baldwin. I love Andy Baldwin. He's a great guy. And I never knew that he after the trial, and he went on there learning about his musical background.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that either. I just knew that he was an Akron Zip, and I'm from Ohio. So when I heard that he graduated from Akron, and I was law school, I was like, that's sweet. Yeah,
listening to the breakdown, read through of this appellate, the appeal, and it's like there's so many, like, just this issue alone. There's just like you've been saying all morning, like, and for a long time, just issue after issue after issue.
Yeah,
but me,
very blatant stuff in that case for sure.
Right, and even the fact that they moved him to Oklahoma, I hope he's doing all right. But like they put him as far away as they could. But that's the thing that you guys have been exposing is.
Hopefully that's keeping him safer. That's the only thing I can think of.
That's what I was hoping for too. Yeah.
This is common in a lot of trials, or a lot of cases. I mean, you've made it obvious that even Brian Kopitar should have taken his chances with the jury, whether
all
he's
day.
guilty or not. The
That's
evidence,
whether you're guilty or not, why aren't you? But then people are using the death penalty though as a bargaining chip.
right? He was basically coerced. Like,
I
but-
mean, I bet you if you ask Ann Taylor if the death penalty was off the table, is this going to trial? And that's like a no-brainer answer. Yeah, because what he's serving right now is what would have happened, the worst case scenario.
Sure.
So why wouldn't you go to trial?
Yes.
is that right?
Is that right? Well, also, let's talk about like if I'm not gonna lie to you guys, if I was an attorney and somebody's life is in my hands, okay, and if we don't win this, they're going to like die in 15 years.
Yeah.
Okay, like, and if I'm seeing, dude, we're not gonna get any calls, and my advice is like, yeah, do I think that we could? How can I possibly be the reason that you don't have your life anymore? I just think that that's an impossible position to put a defense attorney in. It just shouldn't even be. That's why this is what I think should. It needs to. You need to take a plea deal. It cannot even happen if you're going to seek death. If the government wants to seek death. Okay, there is no plea deals.
Yep.
Right. They should prove it.
I agree.
But you should be shielding me as the attorney from ever having to possibly give this person advice on to go forward or not. Are you kidding me? Because all day, every day, I'm going to say I have to save your life. Like, no, no. How?
I fully agree. They should never
not happen. That's cruel and unusual punishment for me as a lawyer to have to try to make me have like to give somebody advice on that. Are you kidding me?
That's so true. Being put in the impossible position.
Yeah, that put exactly, and no human being should be put in that position. Just like no jury should be put into the position that we have to decide if somebody is put to death or not. If the government wants to make that decision, because I just think that process needs to change because it's a fucked up psychological process.
Oh, absolutely. That whole thing needs to, anything in regards to capital cases completely needs to be changed. The laws need to be switched up, changed around, and it needs to be mandatory for certain things and other things absolutely off the table 100%. You should never be able to do that to somebody, let alone a case like that, because look where we're at now. I absolutely agree with that. And
Ann Taylor's an innocent person in this. Her whole team's they're innocent people, right?
Yeah.
And now you're going to. So that's why I just don't think that if you declare death, that you're seeking it, there should not be ever this pleading. That just takes it away. You know what I mean? That way that conversation is never had to be had.
I think it distracts from it too, Lana. It distracts from the job that the attorney has to do to try to prove the innocence of their client when you're fighting against death as well. That should never be. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have the option to be able to worry about a plea or this or that or any of that other shit. It's just straight on, black and white, clean cut. That's the end of it.
Yeah, I just don't think that I think that should never be.
And I think that was part of the problem.
Once you seek death, that's fine. Okay, your state allows it. You want to seek the death penalty, then boom, right there. It's off the table to do a plea deal. Okay, until you pull the death penalty. Okay,
Then,
which I could never possibly imagine how you would. Why would you ever pull? Like, that's why I was talking about the Shanna Gardner case. The Shanna Gardner case, and we all have to start looking at this case. Why was the death penalty pulled? Why were you seeking it in the first place, right? And then you're going to pull it, right? Well, guess what? It's because you're over here trying to make deals or swindle stuff, but you're out here telling the public we're doing it because for the kids, and I'm just like, dude, stop using people.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Right.
You sought death because this was so heinous that somebody would plot and kill to murder their ex-husband while another little baby was in the car. Okay. Like now all of a sudden, okay, we're pulling the death penalty. Why? Why were you seeking it in the first place?
See, I still feel that they did this on purpose.
Start thinking about it.
Right.
But at least in that situation, with it being pulled, Shanna Gardner nor her attorneys have to make some whack out decision at the last minute to say, here, we'll spare your life, plead guilty to this. And what what lawyer? I mean,
Right.
nobody would ever want that on them.
The system it shouldn't be a poker
Whack.
match.
Yeah, it's whack.
Bingo. That's the best way to put it too. It is. It's exactly like a poker match. Pokering in a poker. Yeah.
Well,
There's a lot of bluffing going on.
A whole lot. Yes. A whole lot.
No, yeah, there's no such thing. I think that just needs to change. I don't think so. If you seek death, and it should change, honestly, for the lawyer's protection, for the people that are working on that case.
Sure.
That's who it should change for. Because then let's reverse it up, and let's go back and look at the cases and find out all the cases that there was the death penalty, okay? Mm-hmm. And that somebody turned down a plea deal and still went forward, okay? Because I want to look at those lawyers that gave that advice to not take a plea deal, go forward, lose, and that their client's dead right now. Think about that.
That's a good point.
Let's look at those. Let's look at those cases, because I want to know what lawyers out there said, "Let's gamble with a life." Think about that. That's fucking crazy.
It's crazy as hell. It is absolutely, completely fucking crazy. I agree with you.
And I don't know the statistics on it. But I'm saying it'd be a really interesting poll.
Do you think that? Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead, bud.
No, I'm just agreeing. That's a good question to ask.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Do you think that? See, I don't like how I feel about Taylor, but I feel that. Do you think that they used death immediately, the death penalty, as a tool from the very beginning, or do you think that it was because of the case and the type of case it was?
I think if your state has the death penalty, there is not this is the definition of a case that would garner the death penalty.
Of course. Okay.
Okay. So that's how. So I think that if there's ever a case that would be deserving of it, your state has it.
Yeah.
And dude, people sleeping in the middle of the night at 4:00 in the morning, the way they described it, somebody coming in, stabbing you. That's your home. You're in college. You're trying to, start your life. And absolutely. Absolutely. If there is a case out there, yes, 1000%. I don't think that they ever went for the death penalty in this case right off the rip, because, hey, we're going to get a plea deal out of it.
Okay. That's kind of where my question went with you, because of Bill, what I know of him, what I know of him, so on and so forth. I just wonder what your thoughts were. So I got you.
But I would think that Bill, because he worked with Ann Taylor for a long time, that you would have to know somebody's, after you would work with me for a little bit, let's say the other side could say, listen, we know Lana's heart. She's not, if we go with the death penalty here, she's going to have a huge fucking problem going forward and putting this person's life in her hands, knowing that it's such a astronomical win to be able to save the life. You have to win the case, or at least get a mistrial.
Yep. And
so I think that, in a sense of what Jeremy was saying, this isn't poker. And in poker, you have to, it's not about the cards. It's about, you have to know your player.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? And so that's where that type of thing. And for me, I would be so torn, because that's I believe in their innocence, like Baldwin for Richard Allen. He said it the other day, he's like, this man is innocent. There's not all in, this man's innocent. They have a wrong man, accused, convicted, doing all these things too. He's innocent. If I believed in somebody's innocence, right, and I'm representing them in a death penalty case, but I'm going to tell them to take a deal that basically puts them to death because they're never coming out of that, cell.
Sure.
Unless I told them that I had another, hey, here's our other option. Plead right now. And then it bides us time to, we can file a habeas. We can file, I don't give a fuck what they're saying out here that you can't appeal. There's ways to appeal. If I have to take one for the team of doing ineffective assistance of counsel, we don't know if any of those conversations were had, but also are those conversations even ethical?
Yeah.
To have with your client, I would think that they're not ethical. I would think that those were not ethical conversations then, because I'm basically, you get what I'm trying to say? It doesn't seem like an ethical conversation.
No, it makes sense.
It feels like you're trying to weasel out of something
Sure.
and figuring out a loophole and or just, hey, yeah, go ahead and lie. So I just don't think people should be put in that situation.
No, I agree. Fully, I agree.
The death penalty for me, like, what do we get out of it? What do we as a society get out of the death penalty?
I mean, people say that there's satisfaction that's given for people that commit certain types of crimes. There's a satisfaction, but truly, it doesn't change anything. It really doesn't. The crime's still been committed. It doesn't bring those people back. None of that stuff. You know what I mean? So that's a good point. What do we get out of it as society?
What
Hey, can we really trust? Should we be trusting the government to kill people?
Yeah,
did they come to the right
government? But that's the whole thing. Is like, we the people are the government, though.
That's true.
That's the actual design of it. It's we the people are the government. You know, so it's like we the people. Well, I don't want to. I didn't sign up to play God. I don't want to play God.
That's the thing. I was just getting ready to use that phrase. Why do we have the right to play God? Thank you.
Yeah,
like, I mean, whenever we there's a broad general term of I can't believe you guys do that in the U.S., but in reality, it's jurisdictional, right? It's down to the state level is where we have as citizens need to. That's because like I've heard Andrea Burkhart say, well, this is legal in Idaho, or this is she'll even explain context as what it's like in Washington. It's like it is legal. They voted for it.
Well, that's one of the reasons why Steve wanted to move there. So yeah, absolutely. I did see, Lana, another question. I'm actually interested in your thoughts on this as well, if you don't mind, JC. Typically Unique, Miss Kim from Typically Unique's in here. Awesome channel again, by the way. She says she'd like to know Lana's thoughts on the Idaho early Snapchats. Could they be traced to the original person sharing what happened? That's right. Ohio's in the house.
I was trying to look for that comment. Let me see.
It's right between Young Black Economist and Buffalo Chick. if that helps you.
Yeah, you know how when you look at it from freaking the side, like you miss half of this shit.
I mean,
it was between, because that's a good question.
It is really a good one, and
can she just write it again?
Yeah, Kim, can you rewrite it again, Kim? At the bottom.
Great.
Yeah, I don't know if you followed her, but she's awesome. She's one of my mods too. She's amazing. I love her.
Yeah, I love her.
Great questions always. Great insight.
So, basically this just boils down to the investigation. If whatever was going on in the first 6 weeks, okay, and then even after the arrest, and you're still investigating, right? You would be thinking that you're going to be getting anything that's relevant to your investigation, and I would think that if they put time into the Papa Rogers enough so that they were looking in Brian's phone and the victim's phone for the name of Papa Rogers, they did like a, that. Yeah. So her question was about going and getting. Did she rewrite it?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you can, Kim, rewrite that at the bottom, like a new question.
Oh wait, did she just write it? Oh yeah, there it is. Lana's thoughts on the early Snapchats and being traced back to the original post. So, are you sure that there's Snapchats? Because I never saw the Snapchats. Are you just talking about when I had Dave on and they were talking about how everybody was communicating via Snapchat?
I think that's what she is talking, because we went over that again yesterday.
Yeah. So they would just need to preserve. So, from my understanding, from not only just Dave, but also then the Discovery, each pledge class, there was a group chat with all the pledge class members. And so that would be the Greek life and any pledge class member of 2020. That was like a group chat, and then the pledge class of 2021. So there was stuff like that. And if it was on your phone and you wanted to preserve something, you're going to need, you can work with Snapchat. You can work with that person who had a phone. You could download it and see what you can get out of that. Mm-hmm. Right when the FBI came in, the FBI's research, you would ask them all these questions, to say something like, I've never, like for like Payne, hey, I've never been in a situation where I've ever, did a search warrant for, Apple. That Well, if that's the case, then you probably did. There's so many other things that you've never done. So I'd be asking these questions. I'd be saying, hey, how do we get this? Or at the very least, preserve this. We need to preserve all this stuff.
Yes.
And then
Speaking
immediately,
of-
if he's being talked to back to say, well, you want to be careful what you preserve because it's going to be discoverable and it's going to be available. If that's the answer to somebody asking and saying that you want to preserve something, right there, every red flag in your bone should go up.
Bingo.
I was going to
Agreed.
say, speaking of AT&T and Detective Payne, have we heard anything new from Cy or is that still?
Yes. They literally are doing that. Like there's like this investigation. So the next FOIA that needs to go in is we have to put a FOIA in to see if that investigation is closed. Because normally what they'll say back is we can't give you that information because there's an ongoing investigation, right? Well, I'm going to start accusing both sides of that you want there to be labeled this.
Yeah.
How long can investigation go on for before it's like you're trying to not have somebody talk?
Sure.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Because my thought on that is, like, to even simplify it, what Cy had said in his affidavits and pretrial motions, if they gathered all data from the tower and they built that map with locations, right? All information, even if they didn't know Brian Koberger, his data is going to be in the tower, right? If he was there,
if it was preserved.
But I mean, if they got a dump of all, like 3,800 users.
Yeah, that's just the Moscow area. So it depends on if they did a dump of like the Pullman area or whatever area. I would think that in this case, you would definitely have been preserving because of how quickly you're working with Pullman. That within the 7 days, you would have definitely preserved those towers over there.
And I guess.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it did. And what you were just saying before that about the holding up the so-called investigation to prevent release of information. I know there's been a lot of unsealing of things, and so I haven't quite I've listened to that happening, but I haven't had the time to sit down and think about what it actually means. Is anything like juicy going to be unsealed? Like, because I know that you're constantly saying bombshell, like, and then you're like, yes, this, like, look at this. They lied about this. This is unsealed now, and we were right.
Yeah, well, I think that's been happening a lot.
Yeah, I think we should have heard.
So just so you guys also know, anybody that would have been an expert in this case, they also sign an NDA.
Yeah.
So a non-disclosure agreement, okay? And depending on how that was situated and signed and everything like that, one thing I know is usually your experts don't talk with the client, and normally they're only told whatever it is that here's this report. So that attorney, like Ann, is not giving up client attorney information to them. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
normally once a case is over and done, that's how people can come out and talk about stuff that they've done. Because I'm in an NDA with you until the case is over. But if you're in an NDA with somebody, so say like Cy was in an NDA with, let's say, Ann Taylor, right? I don't know what consists of if somebody does an interview with me, all right, can that in any way, shape, or form violate any type of client attorney information? You get what I'm saying? Like
I would think if you think about how Betterow Attorney Betterow handles his discussions on channels, he's willing to talk about anything that's in the public domain, right? Even if it's in his own case that he's doing, it's like that's public knowledge. So there's a lot of public knowledge that I would think that Cy Ray could still talk about.
Yes, but like 1000%, he can talk about his report. Okay, but up until like right now, until his report is, it's like we don't have it yet. It's
not unsealed.
I think he's just being careful because he does.
No.
When he does do it, he wants to do it right, and he doesn't want to have anything affect.
Well, because it's more than that. I don't know what Cy Ray was ever told, how much information he has. He can't come out and violate client attorney privilege separate from his report based on his client attorney privilege information that came from. If he was an investigator for Ann Taylor in this case, I don't know if he was. I'm just saying if he was, he could be privy to information that has nothing to do with the expertise that he was going to be testifying to.
Very sensitive stuff, yeah.
And so
the fact that
it has to be
it
very
protects,
careful that he doesn't talk about that because it would be client attorney privilege.
I was going to say, I that makes a lot of sense in the context of protecting the client's rights.
Interest for future, actually, as well.
Right.
So think about this. Think about this. I'll just tell. I have no problem saying this. If people are over here being extra super careful, okay, why? Why would they ever do that over the?
Don't step in it. Future liability.
Because of right there. What's potentially going to happen down the road? So that's where I think that when people are just trust me, you don't think that I've been frustrated.
You don't want to cause any more. You don't want to add any more.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about the probable cause. I want to talk about the probable cause. I want to talk about, hey, how did you get involved in this case? Let's start from the beginning. You know what I mean? Why would you ever? I mean, you're an expert. You don't have, just because somebody comes to you guys, you do not have to take any case you do not want to take.
That's true.
Okay.
And
somebody taught me that in Colorado very early on that says, listen, Lana, do you know how many cases we've turned down, been thrown a ton of money at, and some stuff is just not worth what you would be going through or your reputation or whatever. Those are the decisions that people make as well. So,
and considering he never, ever, ever had touched the defense before, you guys, that says a lot too. There was something there.
This is a bigger issue than just the Idaho 4 case, in my opinion.
Yep.
If Cy Ray is coming out of this case, that's immediately what I thought when I'm like, this is not just about this case. That would be about practices that were going on way before this case. But this case could literally, like with the whole Michael Proctor shit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Like it's that type of thing.
You can have my brand new phone. I'm okay. There's nothing incriminating on here. And then the cloud updates it before they shut it off.
Right.
Shit.
Yeah.
This is going to change things, I think.
Well, having the trial would have, especially like someone like Lori Vallow, like people like that don't deserve, right? But they would deserve it if it comes out that Nick Balance, who did that case, did the same thing that he did. If you're creating probable cause and there is no probable cause because you're lying, and you're creating probable cause where there is no probable cause because the only way that you got the probable cause is because you motherfuckers lied. Okay.
Yeah.
And if Nick Balance knew and saw that probable cause statement, he should have been saying, wait a second, what are you doing, Payne? Mm-hmm. No, that's not take all that shit out of there.
And speaking of the PCA, the thing that I've totally appreciated and loved about your attention to detail is how many times you said, wait a minute, you guys, this could not have happened before this date, or they knew something. Like, the only way they could say this is if they knew something.
And they're leaving something off the ticket, which would be required because that's really truly how you got the probable cause. That's always been my issue with IGG, is IGG was never in the probable cause. And people are saying, well, they didn't have to put it in. I said, yes, they did. And it came to fruition at the end here is yes, they did, because that's what put them even ever on the map of Brian Kober was that tip. Okay. They didn't even use the words that we got an anonymous tip, that said investigate Brian Kober.
Nope.
Okay. They didn't ever
everything.
They lied.
Yes.
They flat out lied about how they got on to Brian Kober.
Completely.
Have we yet seen
a little bit? Not even a little bit.
And that's what's the bigger picture, because
have we actually seen proof that knife sheath was there?
Yes, there's proof that it's there.
Okay.
That's the bigger picture, because the bigger picture is that if a real judge with real ethics actually weighed all of this in front of their face and actually had like, he should have had a Frank's hearing. Okay.
100%.
There
Judge
there
Hitler
was
was
not
so
probable cause.
frustrating to
I mean,
listen to.
all of this stuff is not used and it's inadmissible in a trial. But more importantly, they don't even have fucking probable cause. Brian Kober walks completely.
I'm sorry, and I don't.
That's what would have happened. That's what should have happened. Because, but it doesn't mean that I'm over here like, woo, a murderer goes free. No, I'm over here like, I'm over here saying these parents need to sue the fuck out of the Moscow Police Department.
A perfect example is the OJ trial. When you have shady things happening, the right thing to do is to not infringe on their rights. I mean, they still got him in the civil trial too, in the wrongful death.
I've never seen this judge's other than Judge Gall, but this guy, I'm sorry, and I mean no disrespect on your show, Lana, but this guy needs to be behind bars, in my opinion. There's so much judicial misconduct with this. Statements that he's made. Oh, hello, Kim. Statements that he's made and all these other things. It's insane to me. I've never seen a judge do this. From the get, right out of the gate, the first time we saw the guy.
He became part of the defense team. He was making arguments for them.
The guy's a mess. The guy is a mess. And again, I don't like to be disrespectful. I know this is your channel, Lana, and I just don't want to say anything. But he's a mess. He should be behind bars, as far as I'm concerned. He truly should.
Well, your words aren't my words. That's how I look at it. You have your right to your opinion.
Exactly.
And another thing that stood out to me that I've heard Andrea Burkhart say is, guys, this isn't new. We, as attorneys, we've been saying this for a long time. It's just finally, social media has allowed us to spread the word. Like, I know you're frustrated because we've been frustrated for a long time. This happens in all levels, judges, prosecutors. That's the thing. That's why now we realize as the public, we love our defense attorneys that are very good and put their, they give it their best.
Yeah.
Protect our rights.
There's just now a microscope on it. There's a camera on it. You don't need to run down and chase down mainstream media to, hey, can you interview me so I can talk about this? Like to put this out there.
Right.
It's platforms like this have been able to spread the word faster and bring attention to just and I want to stop saying like there's a difference. There's a really good system in place, but it cannot be operated by corrupt people. So I like going more towards like if a person's corrupt,
That's a good way to put it.
and you're just a corrupt human. So for me, you need to weed out the corrupt humans. And a corrupt human is somebody that you guys, we know right from wrong.
Well, and to me, like, I know that it's so coming from like an Army reservist, like NCO standpoint, when you don't say anything to correct somebody, that becomes the new standard. Corruption doesn't have to be evil. It like Proctor and that whole culture is a perfect example. He thought somebody,
that's correct.
He thought he could, when someone's like, oh, why would you put your whole career on the line? He didn't think of it that way because he's just doing business as usual. And that's the whole system breaking down. Nobody's holding them to a higher standard.
Well, also,
and that's the definition of what their position is supposed to be, though, is you're supposed to be hiring people that are of certain character and integrity, and that's part of why you get this job.
That's so true. Good moral character. That's a deal breaker for positions like law enforcement and even lawyers. Mm-hmm. Good moral character.
Good point.
Hi guys. Hi Lana.
Hi. How are you? What's up, girl?
I'm good.
Merry Christmas.
It's so nice to be able to talk to you face to face.
Oh yes, thank you.
I've been watching you for a long time. I wanted to chime in on the ethics and everything. I mean, unfortunately, we know that never happens, right? There's always unethical people that find their ways into these positions. So then I feel like you got to go back to the system. You got to go back to the processes that they have in place. And I just feel like right now the system's set up so that the prosecution side they have more power, right? Because they're getting They're getting the information directly from the police, from the people who are doing the investigation, supposedly. And that automatically is putting the defense at a disadvantage because they're controlling.
I don't hear her. Do you?
Oh yeah, I hear you guys can hear.
I do.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you guys. First, all of a sudden, I couldn't hear her.
Oh,
I can see her mouth moving.
Oh, can you hear now?
But you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, why can't they have a system where all that information, all the evidence and everything collected goes into some kind of central database that's like, I don't know if it's got to be a third party control or so that the prosecution side doesn't have that that power, because we know they're hiding stuff.
A good point. That's a good point, Kim. Very good point.
Well, that's what it does kind of go through that. The discovery goes, so when the police, so how it's supposed to work is when you're working an investigation, like those whole Bates page, like it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, everything gets stamped. And so when like you finish a report, it's not only your report number supplemental 32, but it's then going into a chronological ordered number of like when something's done and it's stamped. And then that goes to the prosecutor. Okay. And then the prosecutor is then giving that to the defense, you know? That's what you're supposed to do is when you're getting stuff in, it's supposed to be immediately like stamped. But here, what I think we're running into though, is technology has taken over in a way that we never expected back when the system was put into place. Okay. Like we didn't have cell phones that we have like right now, and these smartphones that have all this shit in it. Right. We were more concerned if somebody came into our house with a search warrant and we're looking through, why are you going through my medical filing cabinet over here? What are you doing? That's not where you're going to find a crime of murder.
Right.
Okay. Like, yeah. Okay. You can look in the filing cabinets to see if you could see a gun, but you don't get to then go through each one of my folders to see what's in those. You'd have to like describe that in a search warrant, right?
They have to be specific what they're looking for.
Yes, exactly. Right. Well, here, so that's how it was back in the day. And I feel like when I say back in the day, like 70s, 80s, you know, then you're getting to the 90s, 2000s, where these cell phones, now people are having cell phones, right? And it totally changes everything. It should, and that would include technology to change the way that discovery is then happening. So nowadays you have like this, since the internet, you have like an online server, right? And what's supposed to happen is, what I'm understanding is that everything is being uploaded to this server for like the evidence, the discovery. And then both sides are able to look at the server with all the discovery is on that same. So like when you
think the defense has access? The defense has access to that?
Yeah, you're supposed, that's how, yes, that's why. Do you remember when Ann Taylor filed that? It was,
well, then why does she keep asking for like flash drives and stuff like that? Isn't she asking for that stuff too?
Well, because then this is what she's doing. When she's reading like a report that says Maury had Tyson Barrett go, you know, remember how all those people went around and got all the videos from like the different businesses? They were put on little thumb drives. And so in a vanilla envelope, there was 60 some flash drives, little thumbnails or thumb drives. Those thumb drives then were identified as whatever they were from, like this store, that store, whatever. And so they were like labeled and tagged. And then they were supposed to then be like, what should have happened is uploaded then to like a server like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the reports, Ann Taylor's like, nobody put in a report and listed 1 through 65, let's say that they took. Number 1, and this is what it's a thumb drive that's whatever the brand is, blank color, and it's associated with McDonald's. It was obtained on, it was obtained on this day. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, That's not, yeah. So somebody who was ever gathering this stuff, like that's how you'd be writing up the report. That's not how things were done.
And it always is going to come back to human error and human trust, no matter what system I guess you have. I don't know.
But that's why she was just,
You know?
asking that out of specifics, because she was like, so what did you do with those? Did you upload those? Do you still have those? Because she's trying to track if we have everything, if everything was uploaded.
Yeah.
And it's what you would think if you're employing the FBI, for example. I would think the reason I'm employing the FBI for help is to utilize their resources. Their like the way that they do something. Hey, we've never had a murder like this. We've never, I mean, this is, you know, we have a nationwide manhunt. We don't think that it's an inner circle thing. We need an organized and concise investigation with a command center. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, that's how it would have been approached. But if you do things fundamentally sound, even if it was a bike, like that was, I don't know, stolen, if you have the correct fundamentals in place, you're just using those same fundamentals, and it's just going to be on a wider, larger scale, right? And what you're asking for is help on how to do that. This is what you guys do. So the resources that we would be utilizing is, hey, we're all in charge of this, okay? And we don't want 120 people on this, and then people are just running around doing what? And how are we supposed to get it back into our hands? And so, like, we're able to follow the investigation that we're, hey, if this person said this to me in an interview, and they gave me 5 names, who's the person that's deciding, hey, these 5 names, you are going to go interview these people? But how? Let's say that I tell you to do that. You'd be like, well, what do you want me to ask them?
Right. Focused on what? Yeah.
Like, what these 5 people, what am I supposed to ask them? What's the subject matter?
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like, so how is that all happening? And that's, to me,
willy-nilly in this case, I think.
Saying stuff like, why are you making the decisions that you're making? Because it doesn't make sense that you wouldn't have done X, Y, and Z. Like, to determine if you're listening to that 1113 or 1112 video, nobody could listen to what we're just listening to and not say that there's multiple dogs. Okay. Right. How did you determine that was even Murphy barking, right? How did you determine that, hey, Dylan, because Bethany actually called you? Oh, yeah, no, she did. What did she call you about? What was she trying to tell you when she first called you? Do you see how, why wouldn't she be sitting down Dylan and asking for clarification on that? Because that's what would matter to understand and develop the rest of everything else.
100%.
Because it wasn't Dylan that called Bethany. And why are those 2 girls even thinking that that's how it happened? When your phone shows you that Bethany called you. Because that matters, because why Bethany is alerting you to call you. And I think it was going to come out, if anybody would have really focused on it, it's going to be about, why is this dog barking and going crazy, right? And then it would have been like, yeah, I don't know. I'm really confused because it's not Murphy. Maybe that's what you would have been. It's not Murphy. I'm really confused because it's not Murphy. Like, oh, that makes sense because Bethany's over here thinking that it's Murphy. I'm like, no, it's not Murphy. It sounds like it's moving away. I don't know. It's outside and just keeps on, you know, that's how this all alluded. And then think about this. Oh, what happened earlier? I heard some boom, right outside her door, right? And then Dylan saying something like, well, and then describing to her what happened earlier, meaning before she went to bed. Or so then those text messages have nothing to do with the timestamp of when she really heard the screaming and when people were running up and down the stairs. And that's what Ann Taylor was going to present to the jury and show that hindsight, you never asked these questions. And so you're just assuming all of this because we have all your interviews and you never sat down with either one of these people to understand this timeline of the correct timeline, which is, okay, Bethany, you called Dylan to alert her to something, right? Because you called her first. You see that here? Do you remember what that was about? Do you remember why?
There were so many people they could have done that with.
Yeah. Good point.
Well, yeah. And then what you would think is, who better to ask than the people that live around there? You're trying to figure out whose people's cars are, right?
Mhm.
So if I want to know who's people, for example,
Yeah.
yes, it was like 3 weeks ago. Some guy was literally outside my house over here. He had no clothes on except for boxer shorts, and it was like 13 degrees. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a Sunday morning. And
Gotta love Ohio. Gotta love Ohio.
Ohio
I'm-
man.
yeah, I'm recording it because a cop rolls up. Next thing I know, 8 cops roll up. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to record all this because I thought the guy just got locked out of his house. And then I look again and I'm like, that's not my neighbor though.
Uh-oh.
And then so I'm like, then what does the guy see me? He sees me recording. One of the cops comes over. He's like, hey, do you know this guy? And I was like, no, I've actually never seen him before in my life, but he was trying to get into that house. And I heard his voice, and I'm not trying to be like, I think he's gay.
Mm. I got
And I was like, the reason I also think this is because the 2 neighbors down from, it's a guy, and they're gay. And I was like, oh, maybe he's a friend of theirs and he got locked out or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
Or
all I
someone
said.
got busted. Yeah.
And he's like, so you've never seen him before? Does any of these cars that are around here look out of place? Like, this is what the cop was asking me. And I'm like laughing. I was like, I wish more guys were like you, man. Yeah. Like, ask the neighbor stuff. Ask me like relevant questions. Like, I was like, yes, that car belongs to that person. This person, I was like, I don't know who that car is. Like, and it was just, it immediately made me think about this case. In any
Right.
case, like, it's like,
In
and
other
here's-
words, he didn't make assumptions.
yeah, like, but he's like, they knew that they had no reason. I was like, what is going on? I was like, they
That's
basically
just like-
they tackled him, and they had no reason to, because that guy was even saying, he's like, what are you doing? Why are you? I don't have to talk to you.
You're
And
right.
he's like, I was like, he's right. He doesn't have to talk to them. And who called? Like, why are you here? Who called the police? And so I was just going through all this in my mind because I continue to roll because I was agreeing kind of with the guy that had only his boxer shorts on. I'm like, yeah, what are they doing? Why are they? They literally tackled him down to the ground, then lifted him up, put him in the back of the cop car. And then I heard all the cops' conversation. They're like, well, what do we do now? Because we don't. And that's when they came over and talked to me. They were trying to develop some type of thing where,
Yeah.
but I think I fucked him up when I said, well, there's 2 gay guys that live over there. And I heard that guy talk, and I swear I think he's gay.
It
Go
is
down to
what
that
it
house.
is.
What'd you say?
Did they go down to that house?
It is what it is.
It is
no,
what it
well,
is.
no, you would think, no, they didn't knock on that door. Then they were having a huddle, and I'm still rolling. And Bella's like, what are you doing? I'm like, hey, make some like coffee or tea so I can go ask the cops if they want any. Because this was early in the morning on a Sunday. I'm like, this shit never happens around here. I'm like, what? I was like, yeah, this is gonna be great fucking content. So I'm just recording, and she's like, make coffee, get tea for who? I was like, these fucking awesome cops. And she's like, oh, so you support the police? I was like, I always support the police. I'm critical of people that are just assholes, regardless of if you're an asshole cop, you're an asshole cop.
Amen to that. Yes.
You know, like, I'm going to be critical of you. And then I was just because I wanted to know how they can detain the guy, but I was like, they have nothing to arrest this man on. He wasn't doing anything. He was just literally in boxers, and it was 13 degrees on the side, like on the sidewalk.
Sounds like
And I
he was hiding.
I think he was drunk. I think he was drunk.
Ran out. Yeah, something.
Very,
Okay.
very, very likely. I'll be right back, man. I gotta grab coffee.
When I lived in Oklahoma, I went to school in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I was there for many years. And there was a time when I was saying goodbye to my wife at the time, and had walked her out to her car in only my shorts, without a shirt. It was summertime, and I got locked out. So I could say that you can accidentally lock yourself out. And then there was a different time when it was that was summertime, but no cops were called. And that there was a different time in the winter when it was freezing cold outside, and I had something to drink, and somebody did call the police because I think I was throwing up on the porch or something. and the officer was very polite and kind, asked a question. He's like, and I was literally locked out of the apartment, but only because my wife didn't like the fact that I had too much to drink. And she had left to go to her friend's house. Anyway, he was like, man, I can't leave you out here in the cold. You're not dressed for it. Let me, took me downtown, and I spent a couple hours in the drunk tank. And it was only because I was out in public. It was at the apartments, and and it was freezing out, and I had too much to drink, and I couldn't get into my apartment.
Jail or frostbite?
I did a FOIA request on I used the address over here just so I could see the follow up. I'm waiting. My police department said, "Yep, we'll send you the police report."
Was it recent?
I wanted to see if it was probably now it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Because I wanted to see how they wrote this up because they did not get my name or anything. So I wanted to see if they even mentioned that we talked with the neighbor. I want to see if they put the gay comment in there. That's really what I wanted to see. Because I heard him and he was like, I swear to God, and he doesn't. And I'm like, I don't know. I wonder if he was like having sex with one of the guys and the guy caught the other guy. You know what I mean? Because that's what it looked like
That's
to me.
what I think.
In other words, in context, there's other gay people in there that like he probably belongs here.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, well, and I know that sounds stereotypical for me to just assume that because he was gay, but it's logical in my mind. I was like, oh, there's 2 gay guys that live there. Maybe like he was just like, I don't know, invited over for a threesome, and knocked himself out. I don't know. So I'm waiting to see if I know that my name couldn't have possibly been in it because I did not give my name. They didn't ask me that. I just want to know if my gay comment got on there. Because then I can just imagine my neighbor saying, God, our neighbor thinks that we're fucking, porn stars over here. So, let's see what else on the docket. Okay, what do we think about, Charlie Kirk case? Well, actually, we'll go to Luigi Mangione first. Do we think that anything's going to get tossed?
It should.
Did they catch?
If they didn't do it right, if they jumped the gun and didn't preserve his rights.
Aren't they saying they planted the gun and stuff in the backpack?
No, it was so I'm gonna play a little section of this. I just want to play the 911 call from. Okay, here, let me show this. God, see, StreamYard just is really being weird, bizarre. I might have to like pop back out. It has like, it's like everyone's so far away now. I can't even see my own stuff. Share screen. Okay, we can do that. Here's a 911 call that we'll share.
Well, the man accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a New York street is facing a judge right now in a pretrial hearing. Luigi Mangione says he's not guilty to both state and federal charges in that murder. So today, Mangione's attorney is calling into question the use of evidence from Mangione's interaction with the Pennsylvania police officers who caught and cuffed him. Now, this is
the scene leave and come back and see if that fixes it.
Pennsylvania McDonald's, 230 miles outside of that crime scene.
No, and I still don't hear her either.
In New York. So Katrina, what have you heard in the courtroom so far today?
So it when you said so that it probably StreamYard.
Okay, let me just do this really quick then. I'm going to bounce myself out and I'll come right back in.
Party time.
Hi, Dago. We're
Good
going
morning.
to take over the show.
Welcome to the Dago and Kim minus Lana show.
This is funny.
Yes.
And Jeremy.
Now I can hear everybody.
Is that
Okay.
better?
Is that better?
I think so because I can.
We
It's
can hear
Kim.
everybody. Okay.
Kim.
Are we good?
Okay,
Is
now
that
can
better
hear
for
this?
you?
That we're seeing in there.
Yep,
There
I hear that too.
witnesses for these suppression hearings related to the evidence and statements that Luigi Mangione's defense attorneys do not want to come in if this goes to trial. So far, we've heard from someone from the NYPD, as well as a man who was the installation supervisor of the security cameras at that McDonald's where Luigi Mangione was arrested. We've seen all of the images that were published of the suspect who they believe killed Brian Thompson, that United Healthcare CEO, as well as the video of that shooting. But perhaps the most striking thing that we heard was a 911 call. That came from the manager at the McDonald's, and her conversation with the dispatcher was very interesting to hear, Reed. She called and said that at least 6 customers had walked up to her in the store and said that they were suspicious of a guy who was in there. He was sitting at a table. They said to her, he looks like the CEO shooter from New York.
Okay, stop right there. You guys, at the time that this happened, there was a huge ass reward. Why in the world would you not be calling in so that you can collect that reward money?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Wow. So all these people in McDonald's are running up to the manager saying he's over there.
Okay, so I did more digging. And you guys know when you go to the McDonald's and there's the older people that have like their group of friends that they all meet up and they get coffee.
Oh, yeah.
That's supposedly allegedly who this group of people were. Like older, you know, like your grandpas, your dads that are all meeting up and hanging out and having a cup of coffee. And they used to get like they used to smoke in there and get the paper and whatever. That's supposedly that type of a group. Now, I find it hard to believe that you're telling me none of those people were like, well, what's a McDonald's worker going to do?
Right.
Cash in?
No, I'm just like, what's a McDonald's? Like, so you're going to go tell them to do what? You want her to call the police? Like, why aren't you just calling the police?
Right. Right.
Like,
just
what are you
call the
doing?
police yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, right. Like, so just think about the logic surrounding all of this. Like,
I never
okay,
thought of that.
I'm just gonna go tell this manager. So I just ordered my coffee and my hash brown. I'm sitting there, and then we're all talking because this guy was. You guys saw where Luigi was. He was in the back corner. Okay, not in this area where all those people were sitting. And so I'm just going to. Oh my god! Yeah. Hey guys, when you went to the bathroom, did you look in the back and see that guy with his mask on? Did you not think that was the New York shooter? Oh my god! Now let me go to the bathroom and check and walk by. And then come back. Oh my god, yeah, totally. Now you go. Now, like, okay. And then, hey, let's tell the McDonald's worker, hey, we think that that's the New York shooter. And then doesn't say like, can you call? Why would you tell a McDonald's worker to call the police when wouldn't you call the police if you wanted to call the police? What was the purpose? I guess you could say is telling the McDonald's worker about that. What do you want to have happen from that? You just want to let them know that, like. All right, have a good day. I'm out. I'll see you later, Carol. We'll be back in here tomorrow to get some more, you know.
The only thing I can think of is if they're older people, sometimes they're stuck in that old way of thinking.
We're not talking like super, super old. We're just talking like, you know, 50,
Boomers.
60-year-olds.
Boomer.
You know, yeah. Okay, so let's listen to the rest here.
It's also notable that Luigi Mangioni's defense attorneys did object to this. The judge said that he's allowing it in for this hearing, but it will still be in question if they go to trial, if they'll let this play. But the manager on the phone is saying that she told the customers, I don't know what to do here, guys. She describes the person who's sitting at the table. She says he's mid-height, mid-weight. He's wearing a hoodie. He's wearing a blue medical mask, and he's wearing a beanie on his head. So we hear all
Let me tell you how hard it is to wear a beanie and a hoodie together. I'm a hoodie wearer. Do you know how difficult it is to wear a beanie and a hoodie together? When you have your beanie on and you have your hood up, okay, it is the worst. Okay, the hat is fine. When you have a knitted beanie, okay, like this is gonna stay. When you have the beanie, it's the type of fabric with your hoodie. It's the worst. Just throwing that out there.
Good point.
When they saw Luigi, he had his do you have his hood up or just the beanie on?
this playing out, the dispatcher ultimately tells her that an officer's on the way and to keep an eye on him. And in this footage we saw too, we see all of these police officers come into that McDonald's. We see the person sitting at the table in the back, sort of how he's cornered in near a restroom. So it's been very interesting to see all of this imagery play out.
Well, you say it's almost like a mini trial there. So you've had proximity to Luigi Mangioni. Any reaction from him as he sits there and listens?
Okay, so now we're going to go so we can hear the call. Here's an N1 call released.
Tonight, new images of what police found on Luigi Mangione released to the public for the first time, including photos of thousands of dollars of cash he was carrying, including foreign currency, apparently from Asia, his laptop, which he was using when police approached him in the McDonald's, along with a small flashlight and a Sharpie and a mask. And for the first time, we're hearing the
Okay, so he has well, we'll continue.
911 call that alerted police he might be there.
Blair 911, what is the address of your emergency? It's not really an emergency. I'm a manager at Plank Road McDonald's out here on the Boulevard. Okay. And I have a customer here that some other customers were suspicious of, that he looks like the CEO shooter from New York. Okay. So they're just really upset, and they're like coming to me, and I was like, well, I can't approach them, you know.
Okay. Right there, I'm gonna pause it. They're really upset. They're really upset. Like, she's talking about the people that think that that's Luigi Mangione. These people are really upset. Okay. Where are these people? Where's the news? They track down anybody and everybody, okay? Like, mainstream media, they have the resources. You're going to sit here and tell me, this is like the biggest case, right? Where are any of these motherfucking people? Nobody's interviewed any of these people?
Not one of them has showed up on the news. I'll tell you that much.
No. And if that was happening, don't you think Luigi, like, if he really is on the run and he would catch on that, like, hey, people are starting to like look at me, and you would see that, you know.
What do you guys are being? I was dying when I heard the girl say these people are really upset.
Right.
The guy.
Let me say this too. Not to interrupt, but if listen. Both of you live in Ohio. You both know how we are. Okay. JC, except for you, in a McDonald's, if I saw somebody that I know is this guy here in Ohio at a damn McDonald's, for Christ's sakes, it's not going to go down like this. Not even close to how it. No, and I'm not just saying Ohio for a reason. Anywhere, I've seen people go after people, try to tackle people, try to sit on people, try to hold people down, pick up the phone call. They would have called themselves. They'd have done something else. This is so dumb to me. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. No, none at all. And like you said, not one person, because they would have, you're right. The news would have been like, I want to find the person that saw him. I want to talk to that person. Let's put it all over the news. Let's get a good story.
The reward was 75 G's.
Thank you. Never happened.
I'm calling and I want to get the money, right? Here, let's continue.
No, of course not.
Okay, so here she's like,
New York. Okay. So they're just really upset, and they're like coming to me, and I was like, well, I can't approach them, you know. No, of course not. All right, honey, what's your name?
One of the responding officers testified he arrived at the McDonald's doubting it was the suspect in the United Healthcare CEO's murder, but told the court when he looked.
Told you there wasn't a hoodie up. You would never see that knit right there. Okay. Yeah. Do you see? You're going to sit here and tell me that right there, right? What is visible on him? Like, you cannot see eyebrows, can you?
The bushy eyebrow.
I was gonna say bushy eyebrows.
Oh, wait for this part. So this is the still image from the body worn camera. Now think about this. What if this man did not have his body worn camera on? This is Pennsylvania. What if he didn't have his body worn camera on, right? And I mean, he was wearing it, but just didn't press it, right? But here he did press it, right? And he walks up to him. This is what he's sitting here all the way in the back.
Lowered his mask. He knew immediately it was him.
Right
It was
there.
murder, but told the court when he lowered his mask, he knew immediately it was him. Meanwhile, in court today,
That's what he said. So when he took the stand, this is what Luigi's lawyer was like. So when he dropped the mask, immediately the guy that the police officer said, I knew it was him.
Stop it.
So that's what he's saying, okay? On the stand. So listen.
prosecutors revealed what the police.
So do you see it? Now this is why I'm saying about the bathroom. You see where the bathrooms are located?
Oh yeah.
Now this is even better though. When you're walking to go to the bathroom, okay, and this kid is just sitting there in that corner, right, and doing this, and his head's in his laptop, right, and he's eating or whatever. You're the only way that you're able to see this man and to have this type of feeling, I'm telling you, there's been people that would have went to the bathroom and came out and then like said something to one of their friends, like that type of thing that I was explaining.
Yeah.
And if that was the case, don't you think that Luigi would have seen what these people were doing? Like,
Took off.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Everybody's got to go to the bathroom all of a sudden.
Yeah, and you'd have to really like
they're
stop.
staring at him.
They'd have to stop and look at him and, hey, you know,
He probably would have left.
he'd have bolted.
Yeah.
Okay. You would have had to been a person that was literally following and watching that case to ever even, you would have heard about the shooter, right? That there was a shooting, right? That made it, but like really focused in on, okay, hey, this is the little visuals that we have. All right. But as soon as he revealed, like, so this is what they have now. I have a question. Why are these cops' faces being redacted?
That's great. Lucy just said that. Like, what dimension are we in? That they're redacting the police's? Yeah,
Discovered
That's
on
insane.
Look at this.
That's crazy.
completely blurred out. That's it. All of them.
Wow.
That's nuts.
That's what happens in a communist country.
Okay, so here, this is the perfect photo right here. They have no search warrant right here. Look at what they're doing. This is
on body cam.
unbelievable. They have no search warrant. And do you know that a woman then testified, the girl that's over there on the left with the little ponytail that's a little shorter, like lower, she testified. Her story has changed 3 times now, but it was, I thought there could have been a bomb in there. So it was immediate. You thought that there was a bomb, but then you didn't think to, I don't know, have everybody at the McDonald's, I don't know, evacuate. Like, I cannot believe that she came out and, you know, because they were shaking around the whole, we didn't need a search warrant. Like, we didn't need a search warrant because this was somebody
just sent me the man who spotted, I call him Linguini Manicotti, but Luigi Mangione and McDonald's talks to reporters. I've never seen this before in my life, Lana.
Oh,
never.
wow.
Yeah, I have. There's one person. They don't show his face. I think it's just audio, right?
Here, I'll give it to you backstage real quick. Hold on. You can do whatever you want.
Is that the girl that wasn't even supposed to be there? That she wasn't on duty? She just showed up.
They got his face.
So you think about in a similar type situation within the whole civil asset forfeiture battle, where the member of, I believe, the DEA, so the local police will call the DEA, they come and search a person's bag that happens to have cash in it, and they don't have the probable cause, they don't have the warrant, and then they take the cash because they say, oh, you have this much cash, you must be a drug dealer. And then anyway, they that's been ruled like that's not constitutional. They can't just open your bag and like, in other words, they can't just you can't just say he's the guy and then arrest him and look through all this stuff.
This is what I get. This is what I just don't get. You guys, it's so simple here. You're allowed to detain somebody. Also, he gave you an ID and it's not him. That's falsification. Okay. Yeah. So all you need to do is just detain him, keep him, and then you have to go and just talk to New York and say, hey, this is the idea of this guy. This is because it was not out to the public who Mark Rosario was. Right. We were never told that. So I just want to know how this argument, did you guys anybody listen to Andrea? Did she ever talk about, did the defense ever ask the questions, which was, well, just because, so when he gives you the name Mark Rosario and you run it, that would be a fake ID, right? So it's falsification. That's all you have.
Yeah.
When did you contact New York to say the name Mark Rosario? Because that's the only way that you're able to link him to actually the hostel that you think that the shooter came from.
Right. Makes sense.
And there's no way that happened in the time of like any of this shit, right? There's also no warrant. But here's where it just gets really questionable, right? Which is this. What the fuck was what's the rush? Just like in Moscow, what is the rush of, what are you doing?
Right.
There's no, oh my God, we got to start going through all this right now. No, you have him. All of his stuff is right there, right? No one's doing anything, right? He's not slow down. Stop. Like, what are you doing? Why is the rush? Like, what's going on here?
They didn't have to do it here, that's for sure. They could have scooped him, taken him out of there.
You have 24, 48 hours to detain somebody. Like, just calm down.
Right.
Wouldn't it be if you think about it?
What are you doing? There's nothing to do here. Just chill.
Even if the police have the reasonable suspicion to detain your cell phone, they still have to get a search warrant to look at the contents.
Mm-hmm.
I would think it would be this apply to the bag as well.
It should apply.
You have to. You cannot just. That's the issue. They did not have a search warrant for this. It is unconstitutional. You're not allowed to go through anybody's shit, and that's why in the Brian Colbert case they were asking Mallory, "Oh, so you don't? How do you know the FBI didn't go through Brian Colbert's phone or do anything because there wasn't a warrant to go through his phone until X amount of days later?"
Right.
And so you just think that nobody went through that, and how do you know that? And he's like, remember when Mallory was he wasn't fucking there. He doesn't know what happened.
Right.
So I'm saying that this doesn't matter about, let's say that it was somebody that they thought stole from Lowe's. Okay, motherfucker, stole from Lowe's. Okay. You cannot just follow somebody back that you think stole from Lowe's, go to their house, and then go into their garage when you do not have a search warrant and looking through their garage and start taking things and you cannot do any of that until you have a search warrant. Okay. So I'm just trying to show this in everyday life. Like, if these people, if we're training, this is the problem that I have, is the training aspect of this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Slow down, stop. If it was a stolen bike or somebody, you need a search warrant regardless of how big or small it is, like of the case. Okay. And so
In other words, it's a multi-step process.
Yeah. What's the rush? What are you doing? You uncovering or finding anything, what is it going to, how does that going to change your next step in the next 5 minutes, in the next 10 minutes, in the next 40 minutes? Like, what are you doing?
What are they doing? Are they
fired? No, it's nothing sinister. They're not. What are you doing? You should all be fired because how did you pass a class?
Well, should they be fired or should their superiors be fired?
No, these people should be fired, not the superior. No. It's like you go and take your test. Okay, you suppose you passed it, right? Well, I don't know how you passed it, but here, this is like every single day you're tested.
Oh, yeah.
When you're a police, every single day you're tested. Well, here you failed. How do you fail? How do you fail on this? When something becomes muscle memory, how do you make a layup? You have to have fundamentally sound footwork. You go off your left foot and you going up with your right. If you're making a right-handed layup, you're going off your left. You're planting and you're going up with your. These are fundamentals. You're not going to make that shot unless you fundamentally do it right. You're not going to complete this case unless you fundamentally do it right.
I just thought of an analogy.
Unbelievable.
When you're on a first date, there's obvious things that you don't do ahead of the other steps previously. Before it becomes a relationship and benefits, there's steps you take to earn that next level. You don't just jump right to what you think, the end goal is, because that now becomes a crime.
It makes you wonder if they even Mirandized him at this point watching this. You know what I mean?
like literally someone says, "Hey, I think that's the guy." And then they just, I knew right away it was the guy. How? Nobody, there's no video clear. Like, you can see the guy's, from behind, right? But I don't think you ever see the face. Do you? In the shooting?
I don't care who it's.
No.
Let's even give him. Let's say that you do think that that's the guy that you saw on the TV. Awesome, great, awesome, wonderful, amazing.
You're right. You still follow steps.
Nothing to do with what the fuck you did next. You would detain him. Great, you got asked for his ID. Perfect. You read it over the radio. Mark, he's the MAR. He's putting it all in. Perfect. Awesome. Everybody needs to chill, right? The question would be okay, you called all these people here. They just show up, right? And then all you motherfuckers looked at each other and was like, yeah, this is the next step that we should do without a warrant. How is there not one person in that group to say, hey, what are you doing? Stop, calm down. Do you want all of this to get tossed? Do you want us to have a case? Nobody does anything here. We're all standing and waiting. That's why everybody was standing and waiting at the outside of the Idaho 4 case. There was no search warrant to go into that home after it's been labeled this is a crime scene. Now we want to start inspecting and going through and taking stuff. You have to have a search warrant. So when everybody's out there saying, well, Lana, why did they just let them why are they just standing around not doing anything? And you're just like, because there's a process, guys. There's a process. It's going to be fine. They need to get a search warrant to be able to. Now the question should be is, why did it take from, why was the person that wrote up the search warrant, Mitch Noonan's, why is that who you guys decided to have write up a search warrant when you have 3 detectives, right? Okay. But hey, by the time it got done, it was done by a judge said, yep, here you go. I'm giving you your search warrant. So now you can start going into that home. And it was at 4 something, 5 o'clock, whatever. Everybody was supposed to stay out of that scene.
Yeah.
Okay? Everyone was supposed to stay out of it. Don't be touching anything. Stay out of it. Idaho State Police thought that that's what was happening. I bet you when they went back and saw the body cams, I would love to know when Idaho State Police became aware of what the fuck was going actually on between noon and 5 o'clock before they went in. Holy shit. What are you people doing? And you guys are just running in and, trampling, going all over the place. Like, what the fuck?
But
they knew that they couldn't go in there and do anything yet until you have a search warrant. Like, nothing was done. Nothing.
And don't forget that they had Kathy Mabbitt, or Mabutt, whatever you want to call her, on standby from like 12:30, 1 o'clock.
That's normal. That's normal. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they're not supposed to allow people to come in, like the prosecutor or anybody, until she goes in and get based on their own law. I read that day.
Yeah, they could have had her come in. They should have actually had her come in.
Yes.
As soon as there's no threat of, that's when you stage till until you just clear a house that there's no threat of harm for people that are going to be coming in. That's why there's that staging. And they stage for a second, because we have to clear the place first, and then you bring in your EM.
But what they did though, and this is the problem I have with Atlanta, is that they staged her all damn day until somewhere between 7, 9 o'clock that night. Then she goes in. Meanwhile, they're all over the crime scene. She hasn't taken custody of the bodies. The prosecutor goes in. All this. That's not supposed to be that way. That's another problem for me.
Well,
They did all of this in the Rob Reiner.
So you know that the coroner doesn't do any, like the coroner's role in any of that is to be in there to declare death and then take custody of the body. But sometimes then they, in terms of like how long somebody's been dead.
See, that's what I just,
there's not like, I actually spoke with, and the way they do it in Idaho is really weird, but I spoke with and got all of this from the Brian Drake case on how and when the coroner's called, and then it's like before the removal of picking up the bodies and going to be done transporting them, like you're supposed to be there for that.
Well, every scene I've ever been on as a first responder here, I know things are probably different here. Like you just said, Idaho is a little weird, but
it's actually,
they have to the coroner has to come in, like you just said. They have to call it what it is, okay, and then take custody. But they're not supposed to allow anybody else to do anything with the situation until they do that. That's all I was saying. And it just bugged me because you got Thompson and everybody going in at 5 something before she's been on standby all day. I don't get why you just didn't let her come in, do her job, and move along so that you can do everything the right way. That's all.
And the bodies have to stay there for like all the processing of it. They didn't even start processing the scene until after 5. Like, it's on camera there after 5 when they start taking the pictures and everything. And then after you even remove the bodies, and you're taking another round of the photographs. But so here in this Luigi situation, so because the media only wants to play certain clips, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, but this photograph right here is all I wanted was to talk about, was to find out, did they have a search warrant when this photograph was taken from the still image of the body cam? And when I found out that the answer to that was no, I said, what the fuck are these people like? How are you passing a class?
Right.
This is so like, it doesn't matter how high profile, low profile, like you have to do the same thing every time. It doesn't matter if somebody stole somebody's cat and then you want me to go into that house and go find the cat because you think that this person took your cat, stole it, and they're in the house.
Right. In other words, these are fundamental processes.
Yes. Procedure.
They should be
this is
second
wild to me. Like,
procedural. Like,
unless this is what you do all the time. And that's why when you cut corners all the time, you just do whatever the fuck you want. This is what leads to this type of shit, because this is what's happening every single day across the United States of America.
Training.
He was arrested, including a USB drive on a chain around his neck, an apparent to-do list that included buying a survival kit, trash bags, and more USB drives. And in his back pocket, a Greyhound bus ticket from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, arriving the night of the murder. Mangione.
Right there, arriving the night of the murder. You hear that slip? I was waiting for it. Ready for this? Wait, I thought he was at the hostel for like a week beforehand.
Yep.
Ready for that? Did you just hear that? He had a Greyhound bus ticket. And it was like, are you talking about that he was departing the night of the murder, you mean? Like, that he got on a bus ticket to leave from Philly to, like, what are you talking about? So I'm going to play that one more time because it's really, I was like, wait, there has to be more to that. Because
trash bags and more USB drives. And in his back pocket, a Greyhound bus ticket from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, arriving the night of the murder.
Arriving the night of the murder. So he went from New York to Philly to Pittsburgh. Okay. But he's in Altoona. How did he get from Pittsburgh to Altoona and what time? And then he just was hanging out here in this area. Because if that was the night of the murder, okay, if you would look at a map, well, work your way back. Where was he then on, what was it? I would just love to know these, where was he? What was he doing the next 3-4 days?
In other words, the timeline. You want the timeline.
And let me ask you this too, to add to that. So somebody that truly did
Why wouldn't that be in the probable cause?
That too. But somebody that truly did this, they're just going to walk into a McDonald's in front of the whole world, knowing that they got to be all over the news at this point, knowing how high profile this is. That's always bothered me too. He's just going to walk into a McDonald's and order food like it's nothing.
Well, speaking of McDonald's in this case, something worthy of note is when you first found that SNL clip.
The cousin?
the SNL clip, you know, like when they it's the fake what was it, the opening? No, when they were mocking what's her Nancy Grace?
They do, yeah, they probably did a night.
And then the interviewing the guy in the McDonald's, like, what are you doing here at McDonald's? I just hang out here because I don't want my wife to find out I got fired.
Tony has pleaded not guilty to both federal and state murder charges. His arrest and the search that followed, the central focus of this week's pretrial hearing. The defense looking to get evidence, including the alleged murder weapon thrown out before the upcoming trial.
Oh, wait,
let's pick it up right there. Is there any chance the judge throws out any of this evidence you just showed our viewers, including the murder weapon?
Listen, Tom, it would be really surprising, but the defense team is arguing that Mangione's constitutional rights were violated, and this hearing is not over. We have testimony tomorrow. It will likely go into next week before we get the judge's decision.
What did she just give us right there? Nothing. Like, just nothing. Nothing was right there. Like, just ridiculous. I want to hear the where's the one thing with the prosecution came back because they were like, hey, we want all of this out in context. So I want to show you that one, which is, are they going to play it? Prosecutor's detail now. I want the part where it's like, here. It was see, 5 minutes. Let's see how long. Watch Raw. Go. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so him and his partner. This is at 9:28 in the morning on 12/9/2024. Remember, that was the 3rd, I thought, of December. So this is how you go in. Now watch this. So this is the type of McDonald's it is, where you can either order from a robot or you can go to the right, and now let me. Okay, look at this guy to the right. Okay, so we're going to back up just a little bit. There. See this guy standing right here by the door with the cup. They're blurring.
Oh, I thought it was a phone. It's a cup.
Yeah, it's a cup. So this guy, he's sitting right here. Some guys standing by the door, literally just staring at him, right? You guys just saw that. Okay, now here we go.
Yes, sir. There you go. Yeah, put your mask down real quick for me. Yeah, sure. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. What's your name? Mark. What is it? Mark. Mark? Yes, sir. Mark what? Rosario. Rosario? Someone called. They thought you were suspicious. Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody called and thought that you were suspicious.
Did your ID on you? Yeah, yes, sir. Thanks.
But he knew right away. As soon as he pulled his mask down.
Probably should look like someone guilty to.
See that guy's gone that was drinking the cup?
26, 27, 29 out of New Jersey. Romeo 6807 521 07982. Should come back to a mark.
Everybody's moving to that side of the restaurant.
CBS News legal reporter Katrina.
So there's no way that there has to be more of that, because what I wanted to hear that came back, which did it come back as a fake ID? Mm-hmm. Do you understand? Like, was it because it's all going to depend on what you right. had right there. And so it's like, we know that his name was not Mark Rosario, but did the cops know that? Because just because it's a fake ID, you have to then prove that let's say it's a real ID, it's a real person. I'm just using somebody else's, when you're younger and you go into a bar. As soon as you get turned away and you can't get into the place, they're like, oh, we're not taking this. And I'm like, why? It's a real ID. What the fuck? Oh, we don't believe that it's you. You want to leave then. Okay. Because then it's falsification, right?
Right.
But as long as the cops aren't there or whatever, get out of Dodge. So here, if it's a real ID, then you have to say that person who is sitting in that chair isn't the person that gave me this true ID, right? So how did it get to that standpoint? I just want to know if it's a real ID, that it would have come back that it's a real ID and that's a real person named Mark Rosario somewhere in the world, right?
Sure.
Because then at that point, what is it? Where'd you go from that? So what do they do here? They just cut it. And I'm like, the fuck? Well, I want to see the rest. Here we go. Let's go back to, I don't care.
They did that intentionally, I'm sure. They're shaping the narrative.
Them said people in Altoona do not wear masks. As soon as he took that mask down, that officer Detweiler said he was sure that it was the shooter from New York that people had been looking for. They then got that ID from him. Obviously, that was not his real name. He identified him.
See how she's saying, obviously, that was not his real name. They didn't know that. And the only thing that actually connects him to anything to do with New York is actually that name, Mark Rosario, because that's the name allegedly, but nobody knew at that point. His name was Mark Rosario, who signed in at the hostel. Okay. But how are you going to say that? So that's him. So all you can prove right now is that he's the guy at the hostel. how are you proving that he's the guy that shot the guy?
Right.
But
Nope.
this guy has no idea about the name Mark Rosario because it's not like out to the world. Hey, $75,000 reward to go and locate Mark Rosario. No, it's a $75,000 reward to find the killer, of the
Yeah.
United States
Right.
shooter.
When did they make that connection?
When did who?
According to him, as soon as he pulled the mask down.
No. When
saying
did they find the name from the hostel?
That's what I'm saying. It was not public information at this point, right here when this is happening. And so I want to know the step that this guy went. He tells you he's Mark Rosario. Okay, then what? And what sucks here is, and this is why these people need to stop doing this. This woman, listen to her narrative here. She doesn't know. She wasn't in that courtroom. She doesn't know shit. Listen to this.
CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman has been in the courtroom
Oh,
as she
she
follows
has?
this case for us closely and joins us now to give us the scoop.
Was the Nancy Grace way in for an hour, in for 10 minutes, just so I can pop a table outside of Delphi and say I was in there?
Right.
That's what Nancy Grace did.
Yeah.
Katrina, good morning again. Great to see you. His name isn't Mike, so
He didn't say Mike.
tell us more
He
about
said Mark.
this body camera
Didn't he?
Yep.
Those are just facts, Lana. Just facts.
footage and what it really revealed seeing it. You've seen it already, but now that we get to see it.
Yes, so you're finally seeing what we've been watching in the courtroom. We've heard from both of those officers Detweiler and Fry, who testified that as soon as they walked into that McDonald's, for one, Mangione stood out. He was wearing a mask. One of them said people in Altoona do not wear masks. As soon as he took that mask down, that officer
Such a
Detweiler said he was
false
sure that it was
generalization.
the shooter from
Right.
New York that people had been looking for. They then got that ID from him. Obviously, that was not his real name. He identified him.
They didn't know that time, the cops, right? That's what I wanted her to. Don't just say what the guy said on the stand. When he got the ID, what did he run? Where did it come back to? Was it a real ID or not?
Himself as Mark Rosario, and they ran at Errol. Ultimately, they used that fake ID to take him into custody. They brought him in on forgery charges for giving them false identification, but it also allowed them to keep him there. They questioned him.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You had him on falsification, but you didn't know that you had him on falsification yet because they didn't know that he was not Mark Rosario yet. Do you understand?
There was no way for them to be able to prove it like
They-
that. Yeah.
You don't know that yet, and you didn't arrest him right there on that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like
They couldn't have because they had no way to prove it. Right.
Nobody would have.
Yeah.
If I go to McDonald's and sit there and hand them an ID that is not me, okay, I'm sitting there. Here you go. This is who I am. Okay. How are you going to prove that it's not me? That doesn't happen in 2 seconds.
Yeah, there's
Right.
no DNA swab that you can get filled out. Right.
Okay. Like that's you have to do this. You have to call New York. It's the only way to do this. You have to call New York and you have to say, hey, we have somebody that we've detained right now. I was able to get an ID off of them because somebody called us and saying that they believe that this was a New York shooter.
Mm-hmm.
The ID that I was able to pull off of this guy, he says his name is Mark Rosario. What would you like us to do? That's it. That's what happens.
And they definitely didn't do that.
Because
of that.
how do you know that he even gave you a fake ID at that point?
Right.
You'd have to take him down to the station, print him up, right? How are you going to prove that he's not Mark Rosario from a guy from New Jersey? You have to
Fingerprints.
go through a process. You cannot just stand in a McDonald's and say, nope, this is not Mark Rosario. No, what you would say is, great, I have his name here as Mark Rosario. He resembles the pictures that you guys have been putting up. I can take a picture of him right here. I would then send it over. Hey, what do you want us to do here? Oh my God, I think that that's him. Oh my God, you said his name was Mark Rosario. That's the name that we have from the hostel, but nobody knows about that. So we're not going to let that out the bag. Hey, don't do anything. You guys just stand around. Don't search anything. Keep him detained. We're on our way. That's
Right.
what you would do in that order, exactly like that. I want to know why they did anything else other than that.
Very good point.
It would have to be proven through like birth certificate or social security number, right? Though, because
Fingerprint.
the real person might not have their fingerprints on file.
Well, that's true too.
Like you
But
verify through.
Yeah, but
I would
see,
think
none of that
social
matters,
security
though. You
number.
have to none of that matters. That's going to, it's just a process, right? Point of the matter is that there's a process. And then you can't even get to that process because you didn't even like, what's your purpose for what you went in there? So you got a phone call that said, hey, we think that this is the shooter from New York. Okay, we'll come. So in your mind, you have to be thinking, okay, I'm going there to do what?
Mm-hmm.
What is your thought process? Hey, wouldn't you be asking your lieutenant, hey, what do you want us to do if we're going to ask him for an ID? What does an ID prove to you?
Nothing.
Nothing. Do you understand? Like, so it starts from the beginning of a thought process, which is, well, what can the police do? They're calling me because they think I would be saying, here, this is the number that you need to call New York, or, hey, you want me to be the middleman to get to New York? Okay. And which is fine, but that would be what I'm thinking. The only thing that I can do in this situation is be the middleman for New York. I'll go there, do what? Ask the guy for his ID. Perfect. I'll get his ID. I'll check him out. Awesome. And I would see that, hey, yeah, he kind of resembles it, right? Because I'm going to pull up, my phone should show me pulling up the New York shooter information. Okay, wow, this is what I have. Okay, hey, look at this. What do you guys think? We see none of him conversing with anybody to even say any of that. And then, okay, well, let's get somebody on the phone from New York to say, hey, we have this guy. He looks kind of like that dude. The name he gave us is this. We can detain him here for, X amount. What do you want us to do? And then when they would have heard the name Mark Rosario, they would have been like, oh my God, that's the name of the guy from the hostel. But nobody else knew that.
It still requires further investigation.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, those are the steps that you would take. Right. So I have no idea how nobody is just talking about those steps. And there's one person that is, and that's the fucking defense team who's inside that courtroom saying, holy shit, they don't know anything. They are just like, hey, these people in McDonald's think that you're suspicious and you're the shooter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I ask you, drop down your mask. You give me an ID. How does that lead me to then immediately right then and there start searching your bags?
Right.
And then all of it should go. This is insanity.
It is.
And that was the beginning of my argument, which is, what's the fucking rush? Kill.
Yeah, right.
Do your steps.
It's no different than how we validate any piece of information.
Yeah, he's not a flight risk. You're right there. What do you think that he is? Even if he's a flight risk, I mean, the guy could have said, I'm not talking to you. Why the fuck are you? Who are you? What? I don't have to talk to you. I look suspicious. Okay, I guess I'll leave.
Yeah, right.
It's just mind blowing. It's
in other words, he was arrested. Yeah, and he was arrested for on someone else's word.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, we don't know.
I mean, it looks like
he wasn't arrested on somebody else's word. It was the arrest doesn't even matter. It's when you started. Why were you going through his shit before you didn't even have why are you going through his stuff? Even if you're going to arrest somebody, that's his belongings. You can't just start fucking going through that. And then this is when the lady cop says, I thought there was a bomb in there to give them extenuating circumstances that we didn't need a warrant for about.
That says desperation.
You guys are fucking crazy. That broad's nuts. This is the type of cop that, hey, you think she thought of that on her own? No. We'll just say that we thought that there was a bomb in there so we can just do whatever the fuck we want. Well, if you thought there was a bomb in there, if I was the defense attorney, I would have said, why didn't you evacuate the building? All these people are just going to fucking blow up. And then even if there was a bomb in there, why are you opening it up to see if there's a bomb in there? So you can get blown to shed? What are you talking about? That's still not even procedure, what you're about to do. They just lie. Everything is okay. At a drop of a dime, then I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say this. And it's dude, what the fuck is going on in our country?
So because he's a suspicious person and that gave them reason to arrest him and hold him for 24 hours?
Well, you can detain people. Yep. You're allowed to detain somebody and you're allowed to do that. You just cannot go through his bags until you have secured a search warrant. He may be suspicious, right? he's suspicious, right? Okay, I'm going to detain him.
Yeah.
How are you going to get? And probable cause is not hard to maintain, to be able to do it. You want to get probable cause to then search something. You got to get a judge, all that shit. Okay. Again, it goes back to this. What's the rush? Just do the steps. This is what illegal search and seizure is all about. Privacy.
I have yet to hear how was he suspicious.
Well, he just looked like, well, there was a bolo out, right? There's a bolo out, and the people at McDonald's were like, he looks like the fucking dude, right? But those McDonald's people, they didn't want to call. They made the manager call. Okay, then there's nobody around that the police say, okay, let me go and talk to them to see, hey, what was this person doing that was suspicious? Why'd you, let me try to develop something here. Okay. It's just
20 minutes allowed them to keep him there. They questioned him for about 20 minutes, gathering information, and this is what's really at issue. Should they have been asking him those questions yet? Mangione's attorneys say he should have been read his Miranda rights.
Here it is. They talked to him for 20 minutes without Mirandizing him. And so all of the statements that he gave are going to be tossed up until he was Mirandized. Okay, because if you're going to, it's not small talk. Small talk's one thing. If you have to tell somebody that you have the right to remain silent. And then when you're going to start talking to them. So 20 minutes went on and he wasn't Mirandized.
Before they started questioning him in a way that would be used in this trial, as well as searching his bag.
And as you've been telling us, these are pre-hearing procedures.
And all of that is illegal. And all we hear from the government is, or not the government, but these idiots on mainstream media are like, they want the murder weapon out. Look at you, Lana. Look at what you're supporting. You want murderers out. And I'm like, no, these are the rules and we don't bend them for anybody, right? Okay.
Right.
So I have a question, which is, how dumb are these fucking cops in this video? These are some dumb motherfuckers. And when you want dumb motherfuckers to run and be in charge of this area, these are the consequences. Okay. So go back to the Brian Kober case. Why do you think that the Idaho State Police were like, do not go up to this person? It's a bolo. We just want you to write down the license plate. We don't want you approaching them. Okay. Because we don't want you to fuck it up. Okay. That's basically what that is about. And here, I wanted to know the mindset. And that's why the questions would be I would love to question these people to say, okay, what was your plan about this suspicious person? How are you going to prove or disprove that they were or were not the shooter? What was your plan when you walked in that room? Like when you got there, hey, how do you handle the situation? What's the policy and procedure? Because you clearly fucked up so bad. Do you even know it? Is there one? Those type of things. And I can't believe for a second that you would think that you don't need to deal with New York to give them the situation of, hey, and like I just said, you laid it all out and then listen to what the people, okay, send us a picture of it. Wait, you said he gave it. Oh, yeah, but I have the ID. Okay, here. That's the reasonable part, that you asked for somebody's ID. Okay, they gave it to you. Awesome. Then right then and there, you need to start dealing with New York. And what do? No, we're just going to start going through everything.
Determine what can be included and excluded as evidence during the trial. And you're in there with Mangione as this testimony is being given. I know that you mentioned a police officer who took the stand yesterday. What was Mangione's reaction? What's his general disposition in court? His life is on the line.
Yesterday, there were some really notable moments. This officer appeared to have some animosity potentially towards Mangione. He made some very pointed comments when he was asked what he knew about the killing of Brian Thompson that day. He called it a violent act of cowardice that targeted a defenseless human being. And he looked very pointedly at Luigi Mangione as he made that comment. This was an officer who was at the scene. He actually searched Mangione's bag. He's a canine officer. He also was with him at his arraignment in Blair County. And he told us that Mangione saw this crowd of reporters, looked at them, Errol, and said, all these people here for a mass murderer, wild. But when he gave Mangione that...
Can you believe that she just said that? That's what they're claiming. So she just made an extrajudicial statement, right? She's repeating an extrajudicial statement that came from an officer of what Mangione said. And that's equivalent to Brian Etten saying that Brian Kober saying Who else got arrested?
What else? Yep.
And it never fucking happened. So you're repeating what a cop told you. That's what did he say that on the stand? Like where'd that come from?
They got to get that narrative out there.
Yeah, it's insane, man.
It's confirmation bias.
Yeah, it's
shook his head no, sort of rejecting that. And there were a couple moments in court like that yesterday. Mangione seemed animated. He was having some conversations with his attorneys where he almost looked like he was trying to understand something. He was flipping through pages a lot yesterday, very engaged. He's always been watching this footage.
Why aren't we talking about what the hell took place in the hearing?
Right.
We're trying to gather information from what the arguments were, what truly happened here. So the prosecution wrote a motion, was like, listen, we want the whole body cam out. Like, and I was like, oh, you guys now want the whole for context. And I was like, oh, since when does the prosecution care about context? It's because this looks really bad for the prosecutor, the cops and the prosecution team. So the prosecutors came back and said, no, you have to put out all of the body cam. And I'm like, oh my God, when do you ever get that a prosecutor is over here complaining about context of something? And it's like, yeah, you don't like it when how does it feel? Because they're saying this is all taken out of context.
Speaking of body cams, if you've ever seen GoPro footage, do they not have image stabilization? For body cams, like you get motion sickness seeing the body cam.
They're poor law enforcement agencies, unless you're like FBI or something.
Oh yeah, did she? Let me see. Hold on.
Hey, Lana, I'm gonna jump down, but thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Oh my God, it's almost 2:00. Yeah. I gotta get going too.
You are awesome.
No, you are awesome, girl. Let me take that down. Love your face. Glad that you popped up here. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Oh, I got my face taken off now. Sorry.
Yes. Merry Christmas.
I can jump that too. We also love on you. You know that you're badass. We just want to tell you you're badass and we love you.
I just love this community. I love when people ask questions. There's like nothing wrong with asking questions, and for people to try to twist that, they're the fucked up ones. I guess
the
your
right
parents
questions.
Teach you. I guess your parents never teach you growing up that it's okay to ask questions. You want to raise your hand when you don't understand something.
Sure.
Don't. People that are going to try to make fun of you for that in school, they're actually the idiots. Okay. Raise your hand. Ask questions.
Anyone can understand this. Think about anyone that has siblings or grew up, when your sibling tells on you and how are you going to prove that you didn't do it? How are they going to prove that you did do something wrong? You can't just go on the word of the other child because you start to realize, wait, they always say that you did something wrong, but
yeah,
I know different. Same with police. Police can't just.
Yes. The only dumb questions are the ones that we don't ask, in my opinion.
Yeah. But yeah, you're awesome. Merry Christmas, love. And are you getting down, JC? Merry Christmas to you too.
See you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye, hon.
Bye, Kim. Take care, JC. And I got to run.
You too.
Okay. Let's just all disappear at once. Ready? Bye.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
Love you, man. You rock. You rock.
And you too. Absolutely. I can't wait to do this again. We need to get together again, like for a full deal show. 100%. I'm excited.
Yes.
I love coming over here with you.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly. So.
Well, the next thing that we're going to be popping out here is I think a couple interviews are going to be coming out here right around the holidays. So we'll talk about the Eric. We have the Eric Grower one, Jack Showalter.
Yes. Yes.
He's really revealed.
Right. Plus, we got documents supposedly flowing in any time now. So we'll see what happens with all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be something for us to talk about there for sure. I'm absolutely excited about that. So
yep. And then I'm really going to put on display, and I want, because I think it's a really important movement here, is the Turtle Boy case and really defining what harassment / witness intimidation is versus.
Yeah.
Because you guys know I'm all about First Amendment. Okay.
Yeah. 100%.
But there's a goddamn difference. And
yeah, definitely.
And so I'm not going to shy away from that. So, but I think that the more people that we talk to about it, that actually, have channels and how you approach something and how you want to be seen as like, I want to be seen as an ethical journalist or investigative reporter. well, yeah, then there's certain things that you're not going to go and do because it's
Right.
not ethical.
Yeah, you
Okay.
don't.
And then after it's not even becoming ethical, then it's just becoming borderline fucking criminal. And so
And nowadays, though, I guess you got to kind of look at that. I mean, we've seen channels like or reporters. Since we're talking about that, it's a good point you brought up too because it's bothered me. Ashley Banfield. Okay, I'm gonna say it for what it is. Like she has made statements that have completely blown me away as an actual reporter to say something like that on a national news station. Some like 2 or 3 different times she's made statements about hoping that something would happen to BK specifically. I'm not going to say it, but things like that. Like where do the ethics fall in and come in and out of there? They don't seem to care anymore. So I agree with you on that. There should be limitations in certain things, and you gotta.
Yeah, or that you're hiding behind your sources that gave you that, but you're never retracting your statements.
Right.
No one's perfect. No one's perfect, and
Never.
you can still protect a source and say that a source was wrong, without coming out and being like, "Hey, since the source was wrong, I'm going to expose the source." No, you could say like, "The source that I had in that, I will keep their anonymity, but I'm not going to say that the information that I received was inaccurate."
Well, even if you're not protecting the source, Lana, when you're still running with the story after the lead investigators, the prosecutor have come out and said that didn't happen, and you're still sitting there going, "Yeah, he cleaned his whole car with bleach, and he went and put his garbage in the neighbor's garbage, and he did this, and we all know this is not true," and they're still rolling with this. That should have to be forcibly retracted, in my opinion. You shouldn't be able to do that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I feel like anything that I've ever put out, I want to get the information so that anything that I've ever put out in the past, it's like, "Hey, do you remember when I said this?
Right.
Here, look at this. Boom. Accurate." You know what I mean? Or, "Hey, remember when we were talking about this and we didn't know about it and it was kind of like, well, what is it? Here, these are the reports. Boom. Now we know."
Yeah.
But we can't even do that right now in the Idaho 4 case because I believe that these are frivolously being redacted, and I believe that the Idaho statute is being how do I want to say it? The discretion that the city is using is basically like, we're going to do this until we're told that we can't, and that's you have to get them to compel to uphold. Then a court, then a judge can say like, "Yeah, your discretion is shit, and you're going to turn over those, and you're going to turn them over in this manner."
Absolutely.
But I think it's crazy that none of the people that were covering this case in mainstream media have done nothing to either back up stuff that they had said in the past or correct stuff that they've said in the past. And the big thing is to back up what they've said. That's why you would go and get material like this.
Yeah.
And none of them have. The mainstream media has done nothing. And it's bullshit.
I absolutely agree.
They're not supposed to be the mouthpieces for the government and their actions. They're supposed to be the mouthpieces for we, the people, for transparency in both sides. Like whatever the argument is, here's it from both sides.
Yes.
So, but hey, Merry Christmas, Rocket.
You too. I hope you have an amazing. If I don't see you, of course. I know her.
I think I'm going to be doing a live with Birdie tomorrow night.
Oh, cool. I'll be there for that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're going to do a dual stream. And
I will definitely be there to support you 100%.
Wait, what did I have here at the end?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wait, here. Nope. Hold on. You can't leave yet.
Okay.
I have 5. I gotta get your answer though. I have 5 Idaho 4 trivia questions for you.
Okay. Bring it on.
Okay, ready?
Let's do it.
Okay. Where was Kaylee being stalked when she purchased alcohol for Xana 3 weeks before the murder? What was the name of the store?
God damn it. I knew that was going to be one of them. I know the store. I can't think of the name of it though. No.
You can wait. We'll let you'll get 3 lifelines here.
Was it Winco?
You can use the audience, so I'll give you that Winco. Okay, yep. Okay. So you're still moving on.
Thank you guys.
Okay. the number 2 here is Dylan Mortensen. Dylan Mortensen. Her bedroom is on level 2. Okay.
Yeah.
They obtained a search warrant to go in her room after November 13th. And I'm going to give you 3 dates, and you're going to tell me what date did they go in her room to search it, take pictures of for the case. Ready? I'm going to give you 3 options. So 11:15, 11:19, or 11:30.
11:19, I think it is.
That is correct. Joe Lake leading the pack. This is when they were taking the pictures of the eyebrows.
Yes.
This is taking pictures of things in her room, which Moscow is trying to say that they're not going to get turned over. Okay, but they will.
Of course.
So 2 for 2. You still have 2 50-50 left and a phone a friend.
Oh yeah.
Okay. 3. Ready? Okay. What city in Idaho was the murder of Brian Drake? I've covered this case, and the hint is think of Ruby Ridge.
Oh my God. I am completely.
I can give you 50-50, or you can phone a friend. You can phone me if you want.
I guess I'll phone a friend.
Okay, phone a friend.
So, I'm calling you. Okay.
Oh, you're calling me? Oh, hey. Oh, yeah,
Hey.
all day. Bonner's Ferry.
What's up? Bonner's Ferry. Okay. That's
Bonner's
right.
Ferry. So
Why did
you're
I not
still,
remember that?
You're 3 for 3 still, though, but you only have 50-50 left.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Cool. We're good.
All right. The Gonsalveses did an interview for the first time outside of mainstream media with what true crime creator?
Olivia from Olivia Chronicles of Olivia.
Okay, good. And for a bonus point there, who was with her at that interview with Olivia? Who'd she travel there with? What other YouTube creator?
That would be Miss Bullhorn Betty herself.
Yes. By
By the way, I am Bullhorn Dago at times too, so you know. Yeah.
Dude, 4 for 4. Not too shabby here. Not shabby. Okay, number 5 here. And then put in chat or just email it to me. And I'm giving you $25 in Cash App for winning it if you get this one right.
Oh, cool.
For being an amazing little co-host here today. All right. Number 5 is put in order the victims by their date of birth, oldest to youngest.
Kaylee, Maddie. I know I'm gonna get this wrong. Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan.
So when do you think
Or wait a minute. Wait, June. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I'm sorry.
Yes, there you go. So
Is that right?
You didn't say final answer. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Sorry. I just had to because I always get I think of June and July. I get those mixed up for some reason. Anyway.
Okay. And just for shits and giggles here, you can try to stump me with a question from the Idaho 4 case. And I'll double it and give you $50 if you can stump me.
Oh shit. Oh, give me a second. Give me a second here.
Otherwise, you just get 25.
Well, either way.
Come on, it's holiday, man. It's holiday, baby. Woohoo! Hi, Christmas.
Christmas right over around the corner. My wife would love that one.
There you go.
Let me see. A question to stump you with. This is going to be damn near impossible. I know.
Oh, you get hey.
Who was oh Jesus, let me see. Who was the I'm not gonna you'll have this, but who was the first high-ranking officer to show up on scene not just a patrolman, high-ranking officer to show up on scene in Moscow?
That's going to be John Lawrence. He was a detective.
Damn it all to hell.
Johnny Lawrence. You know who's missing in action though, that could potentially be, is nobody wants to talk about when Tyson Barrett arrived. To the scene.
And you know what's weird is they actually said in one of the body cams, you see them talking about him, but then they go directly to Payne and say, you need to get here soon or something like that. Damn it. I should have picked a better question. Oh, well.
Go ahead. Ask another one.
Oh, Jesus, Lana. Who was...
That's a good one.
Who performed... When was Murphy born? Jesus Christ. That is a good one. I don't want to make it so impossible, though. Like, that's not fair. Who performed Ethan Chapin's second autopsy?
Oh, like, are you talking about the family?
Yeah.
Who, like, doctor-wise, or like the place that did it?
Whatever I guess the doctor. I don't know. Whatever you want to give us on it.
But the family did it?
It was the secondary one. Yeah, not the one that the rest of them had it. I almost feel bad because this is hard.
Yeah, was it in the Discovery?
I can't even remember at this point. It was some.
Because the only thing I have is that
you know who performed the first one, correct?
Yeah, Singh.
Okay, so yeah, I was just saying that's not it. If you,
it was a guy, wasn't it?
I do believe so.
Was it out of Seattle?
It was in Washington. I don't even have the answer in front of me. I have to go back and find the actual damn name. I thought you knew this because I swear to God you talked about it.
Well, because no, I did not. I've never talked about this. If I would have talked about it, I would know it. I said the only thing I've ever said about Ethan is that he is that the people that were there for the autopsies in general,
right.
Gary Tolson was late getting there, and so he didn't see one of the 4 autopsies, which was Ethan. So I don't even know if that ever happened. If there was a second autopsy,
yeah,
I'm gonna say that it's if that is the case, I would need to see the report of that. Moscow, who wrote up the report that they attended a second autopsy for him?
It was, I don't even know, Lana. I don't even know. I have somewhere, somehow, somebody sent me something. Like I said, I don't even have the answer in front of me, but that was like the hardest one I could think of to ask you. I swear to God, you talked about it. I figured you'd know that. So we don't even have to call that a question.
You know who I'm trying to look in chat. Who, what day, what report? I'll pull it up right now because I'll just pull up the report. Question for Lana: what is Bethany's kinky thing? It'll come out. I promise you, it'll come out.
I didn't know there was a kinky thing. It was from his. Yeah, it came from the statement first came from the family, I believe, that he had a secondary, and then it got put into everything.
If he had a secondary one, it could have been potentially that his parents did that. I mean,
they paid for it. That's the truth. That's that part that I knew was that they had paid for the secondary autopsy, and I haven't even seen anything proving it. I haven't seen anything.
So there isn't. I don't believe that there's anything in.
There's nothing in the documents that I saw or the reports. I swear to God, I heard it from you though.
I've never said that. Absolutely not.
Okay, so then it was somebody else. So then maybe it's not even true.
I want to see the paperwork on that.
That would void it then.
So right now, I'm saying 1,000%. This person, I've never seen this name in my life. Do you know who this person is?
Let's see, Elisa. It was done on the same day at some. No, I don't.
Yeah.
I've never seen the name. That's new
Have you
to
ever
me.
seen that name? Yeah. Bye.
Yeah.
How many times have I just said, "Give me the"? Is it an Idaho State Police report or is it Moscow? I have right here at my disposal. Tell me what organization wrote up the report, and nobody can.
Yeah, I can't.
We
I
have
remember going
5
through all
people
those
here.
Moscow ISP. I don't remember reading that, you guys.
If
But
the parents did something, it'd be interesting because I want to know. I would love for the parents to come out and say if they had a choice in having their kids cremated or if that was already done. If anybody could say that on the record.
they did say something about. I remember when they did the one show, the Chapins talked about having him in the basement, the urn, and that he was cremated. People had that mistaken for a while. But yeah, I don't like SRB just said it wasn't ordered.
It would have been in a report if it was part of the investigation. It would. I just don't think it's part of the investigation. I think if something happened outside of it because somebody wanted a second opinion, if that's anything like that, that has nothing to do with the case.
Now, that's another quick question I should ask you then, since you didn't talk about it. I don't know why. I think it was you.
I don't even know if it's accurate.
Right. Why would you think they would do that if the parents ordered, asked, and paid for it?
The Chapins have been really closed-lipped on things. So I'm not even commenting on something like that because I just don't even think that it happened.
That's a good point. It's been talked about a lot, but
I haven't seen it, so I have no comment on that. Why any parent would want a second opinion on something is you have questions.
In that case, yeah, but especially for like an autopsy, though, based on what we know happened, it's kind of an odd thing. I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So, like I said, that question would be void then, because then it wasn't you that talked about it. So I'm completely.
So you get to ask a different question.
Sure. Now, as I'm sitting here thinking, now I'm really, really gonna have to dig. How many siblings? This isn't that hard. How many siblings does Kaylee Goncalves have?
Ooh. Or her brother. He's the only boy. And then she's one of 5. Well, okay, take that back. Are you going to count Samantha?
Everybody.
Then she counts.
Damn it. You got it. You got it.
Yeah. And then how do Steve. So I would say if you're counting Samantha, then +1. 5 + 1.
5 plus, yeah.
5.5.
Makes 6, yes. In total, that we know of, that we know.
She would have, she has it. So they have 5 total kids, but Samantha makes 6, so she has 5 siblings. You know what I mean?
Right.
One of 5, but
that we know of, yes. Absolutely.
Samantha's,
Well,
so
yesterday
she has 5 siblings because there's 6 total.
Yeah. And yesterday I found something that blew my mind. Somebody said her name is Carolyn Diaz Goncalves. Same last name, spelling, everything. Dude, she looks just like Kaylee. She's got a mole here. She looks just like, she's 19 years old. She goes to Utah State, or did. Looks just like Kaylee. I'm like, whoa, that's insane.
Yeah.
Look it up. Carolyn Diaz Goncalves. She had pulled over for something. I can't remember, but I was like, holy shit, that could be her sister, 100%.
It was just like you were just Googling and that name came up?
I was in a show and somebody threw it in the chat and said, look this up or pull this up on screen. So I did, and I was like, oh my God. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's crazy how much she looks like her. I couldn't stop thinking about it yesterday.
I would love to know this question. I would love to, if I was asked Bill Thompson some questions, I would say, Bill, show me proof of you thinking that the defense has leaked stuff versus that it was your, arms of the prosecution. Because what could the defense possibly leak before January 23rd, 2023? They didn't, we're waiting for the discovery to get from you. What do you mean? Mr. Goncalves came in there and was like, there's a prosecution leak. He didn't say there's an Ann Taylor leak.
Yeah. What? How about Hitler tasking him basically to investigate himself, to hire somebody to investigate himself? How about that? What kind
How
of
do you
sense does
how do
that
you have
make?
an investigation, but yet you don't interview anybody?
Right. Exactly.
Who's the
Mr. Thompson, I'm tasking you with hiring the special prosecutor to investigate.
So there's
What?
it's so simple. Dateline was given stuff.
Yeah.
You talk to Dateline, and Dateline, hey, how'd you get this material? If they say, I'm not going to reveal my source. Okay.
You're done.
Okay.
Do you think there's really an investigation going on, truly? Because I struggle with it, I'll be honest with you. I can't imagine that they could just put it out there without ever having to show results.
I personally think that Hitler should have said there's going to be no plea deal until after an investigation into this leak happens.
Bingo.
So I cannot have any plea dealing happening right now because the defense brings a good point, which is, I think I would have just oral argued it better, but you know, for anybody to have access to Brian Kober's cell right, and like, what the fuck? To anybody have access, you know what I mean? Like, there's tons of leaks. You guys, let's just Linda Lane.
Steve.
That's not a leak. I don't think it was Steve.
Oh shit! There you go. You don't?
No, I don't think that Steve uploaded Linda Lane in 5. No, I don't. I think that somebody was trying to get Steve to leak it and to give it to him.
See, I was told by somebody else, I can't put their name out, unfortunately, but that he gave it to them and they didn't know what to do with it at first. Right?
Kelly, Merry Christmas.
Awesome, Kelly.
But I would if I was running the show, it's just like, wait a second. I would look at the Dateline material and I would see everything that they put out. It's like, yeah, how did you get this?
Yeah,
and,
right.
And Dateline put out that they've never talked to anybody on the defense team to that date.
Right.
So Dateline, hey, how about this? I don't need you to tell me your source. I just need to know, have you ever talked to anybody on the defense team? Because this is what you claimed. And they're going to come back and they're going to be like, yeah, no, we did not.
Well, I mean, it's obvious. Yeah.
Well, so then the leak can only be on that side, right? And
I think that's why he formatted the documents he sent to both sides the way he did. It tells the story itself, in my opinion.
But like, how pissed off would you be as a parent, right? To Dateline, I would be. Don't you think that Dateline has their negligence has caused the pain and suffering of the Gonsalves and the rest of the families?
100%, 100%, and
them putting all that shit out there and potentially ruining, and then having to deal with the fact that we're left in limbo here. Is this stuff going to be admissible? Is it not? Is it like, what are you people doing?
Right. Right.
And it started actually, because you go back and look at Dateline. Why would you pull all of these videos why did Dateline pull their shit?
Thank you. They should be being sued, not Washington State. That's ridiculous. I agree.
Washington State should be sued.
Oh, you think?
I think Moscow Police Department should be sued. I think University of Idaho should be sued. Yeah, I think the two colleges, and I think that Greek Life should be sued.
Oh, I think the whole, Moscow.
I think everybody should be sued.
I don't see. I struggled with the Washington thing, but I trust you. So
the reason that Washington should be sued, is well, first and foremost, do you understand what one of those guys said? He said that you're an automatic reporter if you're a teacher, okay? Right. He claimed that Brian Kober was basically a sexual predator, or going to be one, but that he already pretty much was, and that we're going to be doing here is giving him a diploma to be a have a doctorate, to be a professor here, and to sexually, assault people. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? How the fuck do you come out and even say that? And if you do say something like that, what proof do you have? And you should be taking it because you're an automatic reporter. That's how you have the rights to do that, is by saying that. That means you as an automatic reporter have to go report. You have to go to the authorities.
Yes.
And so why didn't he do that?
That's a good question. Very good question.
The other thing is let me throw out some hypotheticals here. Okay. Let's say that these girls, or the people that were in his cohorts or whatever, and people didn't like him because of how he was with them, right? And then what if they did gang up to try to get him kicked from the program?
Yes.
let's just go and complain about this guy. Let's get him kicked from the program, right?
Yep.
That would cause, so what that would have developed in Brian Kober was what? If they were not true things, if like,
right, yeah, it was just bullshit, right?
if you're making shit up or embellishing stuff, you're making Brian Kober then have sit downs with the administration, right?
Of course, yeah.
Triggering him, creating like this trigger, like
Mhm.
continuing to trigger him. If this was right before the murders, and if he really truly was told that you're basically not coming back, if anything happened right before the homicides, okay,
Yeah.
that
I see what you're saying.
if that wasn't happening, okay, is there an argument there that the way that WSU handled the situation with these complaints and what was going on led to then that there was negligence there?
That makes sense, yeah.
Because if you believe, if there was a teacher there that believed that this man was going to harm students,
Especially after he received his PhD, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And that, and then he's getting wind of, I don't know about you, but this stuff should have been documented, which would have been like, hey, why are we having this sit down again? Well, because these people think that you grade too hard. Who? Where is there any? Let me see any of these complaints. Let me see any of these reviews of me. Where's any of my reviews? Like, how is it documented? Like, you can't just after the fact, because nobody went to the police, even after the murders, to say, oh my God, this could have totally been Brian Kober.
Nope.
None of them.
And I think the only time this came forth was after he was arrested, right?
No. Nobody. After he was arrested, people that were interviewing the cops went and they already had a list of people to go and like talk to. It wasn't like people were reaching out to the police. Like, that's why these tips need to be revealed.
Right. Yeah.
Because Ann Taylor's like, there's no tips about Brian Kober. Nothing. And so just my thought process on it is that the handling of WSU with these alleged complaints, was it by policy? And if it's not by policy, right?
Yep.
You know,
I think, we should see.
Then could there have been a different outcome with?
Very,
listen,
I agree.
This kid never did anything like this before. Okay.
No. And it's weird though, too, that we get the sales teachers and stuff are sending referrals that he should go here. Great. You know, this is a great kid, great student, blah, 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 blah. But then all of a sudden he gets here and he's this.
But they never even saw him. Like, that was the other part, is that because of COVID, people weren't even in person. Right. It's very weird to like be like, how am I giving you such a great recommendation and I've never met you or saw you work, or I read your papers or whatever, but how do I even know that you're turning in those papers and not somebody else is writing those papers?
That's actually a good point too. I never thought of that.
You know, so to hear when people are like, hey, I'm going to give you this recommendation, I'm going to recommend you for this program, and because you're like one of the best students I've ever had, it's like,
sure.
When that teacher said that I never even saw him in person, I'm like, what?
Yeah, I don't think about stuff like that, but I still think we should see the documentation of the complaints that were made. I fully believe that. I want to see.
That's what I noticed from just like, if I was Gonsalves, is I also think that they're trying to get discovery.
Yeah.
Which tells me that
probably what it's all about, to be honest with you, because they haven't gotten anything according to him. That'd be a good reason. According to Steve, how they got to Brian Kober wasn't like, fuck the IGG. There was something before that. And I'm agreeing with him. I believe that there was. What do you think it was?
I don't know.
So you think it came before? Yeah, okay.
I think that they're hiding behind IGG.
Yeah, I've heard you say that, and I can agree with you, because the IGG doesn't make sense to me either. So that just never happens.
And it means that you're covering for something that you've been working on for a while. That hey, we can't use this, and because this is going to blow up everything that we're doing. And
yeah, that's a good point.
How about this? You did not try to find out anybody out. there's blood in that house. Okay. There's blood in that house.
Mm-hmm.
There's blood on that sheath. Okay. There's blood on that sheath.
Yeah.
Why you would have been coming up with a workup on that blood, and then you would have found out there was that mixture. Oh, hey, we're just gonna run with this touch DNA, and that's the only thing that we're gonna care about.
Right.
That just doesn't, especially like they know how weak that would even be.
That's what I'm
to me.
They know how weak it would be. That's always been an issue for me. Knowing that somebody's going to see this and call this out at some point, and you're not worried about that, it doesn't make sense.
I think that the Gonsalveses have been lied to. I think we've all been lied to. I think when you go back and you listen to when Steve was being so vocal and out there, I don't think that everybody was in on, their corrupt brains.
No, it's not possible in my opinion. I agree with you.
And so if the Gonsalves are just repeating what an imbecile is saying to them,
true.
It's Steve's not the liar.
Well, I said they were being used as a tool through this whole thing to.
Well, no, actually they didn't, according to Fry, they didn't want Steve talking to the police. We would have given you a lot more information, or not the police, but the press. We would have given you a lot more information and told you things, but you were running to the press and telling them stuff.
Yeah, but let me ask you.
Oxymoron. Like Fry can sit and spin because that makes no sense.
No,
they were
and you're
coming to
right.
the public because they weren't getting information.
And that's what I think is they were watching him, realizing that no matter what they said, the dude's going to go to he's going to go to the media. So let's give him this. That way he'll spin this narrative by running his mouth to the media like that. That's kind of how I saw it as a possibility.
I think they kind of had to worry about Steve finding out things that happened and knowing that that he can that Steve's going to know that shit isn't true that we told him, but then how we're covering that up is by saying, listen, do you want us to get the guy that killed your daughter or not? Sure. If you talk about this, if you bring up this stuff from the past we were telling you, it's going to fuck up shit. You cannot talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
Thereby admitting basically that you didn't have probable cause, like that you're, hey, do you want us to get this guy or not? Because if you continue to talk, you're going to blow up our spot.
Right. Well, that's what Hitler even said to him at some point. Like, I think you need to stop talking to media. And he goes, I don't think I can do that. Well, then we're never going to trial. What do you think? Do you think it's going to bring her back to life? Things like that. Like this. God, I can't stand this man. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, there's statements like that are made. This is what Steve claims was said, so on and so forth. So, I mean,
do you guys remember when Steve said,
awesome, Allie,
that it was an undercover thing, not undercover, but it was all hush hush about, there was video cameras that were basically, they got to him too late.
Yeah.
He was okay. So I think he was just told that they were got to too late. Because when I was going through the discovery the other day and I went back and checked the Leslie Lehman thing, Leslie Lehman on 11/19 was over on a street and she was the one that was determining in these written up reports saying that something along the lines of there's these video, like this place, this house has video.
Right.
Cameras. But guess what? There's nothing that's relevant on them. Wow, Leslie. You don't get to determine that right now. You just need to get the shit, preserve it, right? And and then we're going to determine what's relevant out of it, but we just need to get the shit, right?
Of course.
And so how I think that all got twisted is Leslie didn't preserve it. She just made this determination that, hey, these people all had cameras, but none of it's relevant. Now it kind of sounds like you're burying it.
Of course.
And then how I think it was told to Steve and them is that when we potentially went back to try to get it, it was already written over.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's the version that he just took from it. But really what happened is that it was actually being buried because of what was, in my opinion, truly on it.
What was truly on it. Yeah, that makes sense.
You guys, there's so many cameras in that area. You don't have the fucking car coming in, nor do you have it leaving.
Nope. Nope.
And if you don't make that a huge argument in your opening and closing statement, like that should bother every single person. Innocent, guilt, like how do you not have this? How do you not? It's because the car is not an out of town car. It's an in town car.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the car has nothing to fucking do with anything, but you made it. Or if it did actually was leaving, you purposely buried, something because, hey, maybe the license plate is visible. And it was like, oh shit, well, fuck, bury that camera because
that's a big question though, right?
Now I know that it's not his.
Why aren't we getting more video? Because we know there's more. We know there's so much more. And I think it's because that's where the truth's at.
What do you mean? What video? We're going to get all the video.
I hope it's not coming yet. Well, okay.
You have to make the request for it. Like, what do you mean? Like they didn't use. So when you make a request for like, there's 75 businesses.
Yeah.
So like to put the request in for this video on this street. Okay.
I did put a FOIAs in for businesses around the grub truck just to see if I could follow the walk. I was completely ignored. So I don't know.
Well, that's why putting in this motion to compel, because you want them to compel without having to do all this redacting stuff. That stuff can just start being uploaded. There is no interest. There's no privacy interest. There's no unwarranted invasion of privacy with this case.
Right.
Okay. Like there was set to be a trial. All of this stuff was already fucking uploaded into and accepted as exhibits.
Mm-hmm.
By both sides, because Hitler had it all like that, and it was entered into the record. And so basically, I think what Moscow Police Department is going to try to do, or the city, is going to say, then go through Latah County or Ada County to get the stuff, and it's like, no.
No.
Just because you gave somebody, if you're the original, if it's your shit, because it's your case.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's say the FBI had to turn something in and over to you because they were working for you as a branch in this case. And so they supplied you with a DVD. Are you going to sit here and tell me that you're not able to give me that DVD because you're claiming that that's the FBI's DVD? It's not the FBI's DVD. They did the work for you.
Yeah, it doesn't belong to them, right?
Tell me who that case belongs. Tell me who that CD belongs to. You're going to sit here and tell me that CD belongs to the FBI. That's not the definition of custody and control.
Right.
What they gave you, and if they gave you a copy of something, that's your copy. It's your custody and control. Why the fuck am I not getting that?
Good question.
Why the fuck would anybody in any case not keep a copy of their original work, even if I had to turn something over to somebody else? Like, I want my copy of that though.
Mm-hmm.
So
I just like as much. I'm gonna forget it if I don't say it now. But I've been meaning to pull this up or bring this up to you since I got up here. But going into video and stuff like that, either there's more video in that neighborhood that hasn't been put out that we haven't seen, that we're not gonna see, or I feel like Olivia's not telling the truth when she made that statement about she saw her sisters get home at 1:56, get out of the car, go in the house, and come back out and bring the dog out. So again, where's that video?
Where do you hear her saying that they bring the dog out?
She said
that's not the statement.
Oh yeah, she did. She said in an interview, I saw them. We watched the interview on my thing. She said, I saw my sisters get home, get out of the car at 1:56 a.m., go inside, and then they came back outside to bring Murphy out. Swear to God. I'll have to find which interview it was in.
Well, yeah, because if she's saying, okay, so this is how I see it, just playing devil's advocate with this. Yes, she saw the car arrive home at 1:56 from the 1112 cams. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, like, hey, so have we been able to see that at 1:56? Do we have that?
Yeah, Jules finally got a video without audio they sent to her, and it showed the car.
Exactly, without audio, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So guess what? It's not that they provided her with the audio redacted.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 different videos in evidence because at 3 different times. So Ann Taylor requested, the first time that they put it in evidence and gave it to Ann Taylor, she's like, this has no audio. Then they uploaded it a second time. And so I think if Jules just responds back and says, these are the item numbers that feature the King Road video at 156, one of them has no audio, but the other one does. And you supplied me with the one that doesn't have audio.
Yeah.
I want the one that does. And then see what their response is back to that. Because I think how they're getting around it, they're acting like, oh, this is the only one that I found right now. Like, I didn't know that there was another. They're just playing dumb.
Yeah.
And it's like, so I think if she says that, at the worst case that's going to happen is that they have to answer it and saying, oh, no, there is audio on the one that we gave you. Now we're just not giving you the audio and we're redacting it, right?
Yeah, and then they made her pay extra $160 some odd for it too, which is kind of like, what are you doing? You know?
Well, that's why we're gonna go this route.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
but no, I mean, I just wondered why Olivia said that. I don't know.
So to get back to that though is
you're fine.
She's saying that because here we see this is the car. That dude said this is the time he dropped them off. 156. There it is. She hears them, they're getting out of the car, whatever. As far as to say, like, to see them, yeah. So I see them getting home, like that, just like that statement, like right there. Yeah, I see them getting home.
Right. No, I got it. That makes sense. But the way she described it, like she said, is I saw them come home 156, go inside the house, and then come back out to bring Murphy out. And I was like, whoa, how did you see that? You're not going to see that on that camera unless there's another camera you're getting it from and you got confused.
Well, then I'll write Olivia. She'll answer that question.
There you go.
I'll write. I mean, like, trust me, I think that she wants to nip in the butt. That family wants to nip in the butt as much as they can of misinformation.
I'm sure.
And Olivia's, I'm telling you, I think that Olivia's done a really, really good job with, hey, as soon as Bill Thompson went and showed her the photos, and she came out and told us that Bill Thompson showed her those photos because, hey, you can't promise me there's not going to be a leak. Olivia is a member of the public, you guys. As soon as that happened, that literally made it possible for all of us to be able to view in the same manner that she viewed that.
Sure.
So you can get in a plane, and I'm telling you, you would win that argument.
Yeah. Yeah. Please do if you
because
don't.
It's the same argument, you guys. I don't want to be blindsided when I actually work on the internet and I have to see some blind side of now I'm going to see murder crime scene photos.
Of course.
Like, I don't want to be blindsided. That's going to fuck with my mental health. And here you go.
Absolutely.
So that's how I would feel. But you're going to have to get your happy ass on a plane and go because they didn't send them to her. Mm-hmm. She went there and viewed them. So you can go and do that probably the same way that she did. And you're not, then it is what it is. And so people that, hey, if you want to, I don't believe that the sheath is real. The sheath is real. The sheath was there.
Of course.
Okay? You want to go see the sheath? Get on a plane, go see the sheath. And I think that you'd be able to view it. Now I think that they're not going to be able to, as soon as the bodies were up off the ground there, I think all of those photos are fair game. I don't think that they're going to be able to win the argument because you understand, like, nobody's appealed the decision that the city made or that Judge Megan Marshall made. We can go and appeal that. It just hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, if there's no bodies in the photographs, there should be nothing to pull back from with that, in my opinion.
Well, not if, and if you have the argument and you explain it that, hey, an expert needs that so that I can get their expert opinion and can explain, just like the media was using without the photos, they had these experts on and these idiots talking about shit that they didn't even see any fucking photos and talking about this crime scene. Like, Ann Taylor said that it was a staged crime scene and she has reports. As soon as those reports come open, boom. Now we want to make sure that this guy is not talking out of his ass. And I think that you can just do it by recreating the scene once you have the language. It's like reading the autopsies.
Yeah, of course.
I asked Scott Roeder if he could recreate where the wounds were, and he said, I think that they should have a sketch on where the wounds are. And how is that if it's a black and white sketch of each person and where these wounds were? I don't know how.
I've been complaining about that, Lana. Why have we not received that?
Basically, the autopsy, he's like, the person that did the autopsy, I'm telling you, they would have had the outline of each person, and then they're going to be marking on a black and white photograph where it was at.
Thank you.
And where your measurements are from,
And it should show every injury wound on that diagram that we haven't received. I've seen it in every other case I've covered. I know you have too. Why? Where's it at? Because that explains and shows exact. Okay. I've seen thousands of them. I don't understand why we haven't gotten that yet. They wrote it all in little grid and said, here you go. That doesn't prove to us where exactly it was, how it was done, and what it would look like in essence. You can't just do that to somebody by describing it in words and not let them see it. You have to see it. I don't understand why that. That's
I just
something
think
I
that it's
want.
available. I think that they did it, and I think that should be part that just that one page of each of like the diagrams, because once the report is out there that Ann Taylor had an expert that was going to testify that the wounds are from multiple weapons, and why do you believe that there was multiple perps? Okay, and because that's coming, like that's what all of these reports are being released with the expert witnesses disclosures. That's they had to get their expert witness list in, but more importantly, they had to get their expert disclosures in both sides, and that's what we've been waiting for. That's one of those items is Cyray's disclosures, Tom Slavinsky's disclosures.
Yes.
What's his name? Roloff.
Yep. Yes.
And see, I want to be able to, in the interview process of interviewing these people, to talk about why they felt so comfortable in this case, because it's about the evidence. So you were shown this stuff and why you felt X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And that's the question. Like, so the report is great, but you need somebody to ask the questions so that the report can be truly understood.
Yeah.
Okay. And you want to compare it to the opposite side of the report of whoever was butting up against who. And so you just want to here's my Hector the Projector. This is when you first saw this report from Nick Balance, Cy, as an expert, what's the first thing that you do? Describe for all of us so we can understand it, because that's the purpose of it, is to understand what an expert. Okay, here's his report. What did you do? And he tells us what he did. Then what did you need when you're having these motions to compel and you testified? What was your purpose of testifying that day? Because the material that we had, there's no way that Nick Balance's report, when he says this portion right here, the information that was only available to us at that time, you could not make that statement.
Right.
You're missing something. And the portion that we're missing is what we're asking them to compel, right? Because I know what would be needed as the expert, because otherwise you can't make that statement.
Right.
So for example, with the probable cause, for them to write a probable cause, that the phone shut off at 2:47. Okay, when Mowry testified to that at the grand jury, then not only was it in the probable cause, but then Mowry testified at the grand jury that at 2:47, that phone was no longer, reporting. It's like, they knew that it was.
Right.
Okay. They knew that it was, and I just want to ask him, do you have proof that they knew that it was? And he's going to say, like, yeah, because there's handoffs. And I'm going to say, how did you know that there was handoffs? Right. What did you? And so that's how you get somebody to walk everybody through, bit by bit by bit.
Right.
And then the big thing is okay, but Ann Taylor here, when she's getting all of this stuff, right? How does she know that how would a lawyer know? So think about this, that if what they were given is what it is. And then I think what he's going to come out and say is, anybody that's in a position that Ann Taylor would be in ever, you want to get with experts immediately.
Sure.
And that's where I think the Delphi case really was an unfortunate situation.
Lagged, yeah.
Well, but then in Delphi's defense, it's like, if something isn't given to me for 2 years, right?
Yep.
I hire somebody once something is given to me, right? And
Yeah.
I think what I want to ask him is that it was the probable cause of Brian Kohlberger and stating all the stuff that they did is Anne knew because of the way that the probable cause was written that that's not really truly how they got probable cause, and that there was probably an issue there because that's not how it happened. So they're trying to make something fit that doesn't fit.
Sure.
So that's what could have tipped you off to that in the first place. Or I think the smart play is that as soon as you get dealt with a case like this, you know where the world is and the technology, and here we need, like, you should have a checklist already.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to work with, boom, 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 boom.
Sure.
Because what you can find and an expert can see like this, I don't need myself to go through hundreds of hours to get to something that an expert's going to get to like that.
Right.
And they're going to tell you like, well, for them to make these statements, this is what. So when I saw that Cy came on to the case as early as he did, I think it's because of the probable cause.
Good point.
And that's what would be the much larger issue here. The much larger issue here is that you never had probable cause. We can prove that, and everything gets tossed. Meaning that Brian Kohlberger, you didn't even have probable cause to arrest him, and you're never going to be able to use any of this stuff ever.
Exactly.
And that's the much bigger issue.
Yes, very much bigger issue, 100%.
So that's, and we're waiting here patiently to hear it from somebody other than, us talking about it. It's like, and there's such a thing as trial strategy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if he's even able to talk about that, because that would be the client attorney privilege, is the trial strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of my questions is why in the fuck would you ever push a preliminary hearing for 6 months?
Right.
Why would you ever do that? And then I have questions about it though in Idaho. Are they able to use anything that they get from the moment? Like, what are they technically allowed to use at that?
From the moment they get it?
So, like, okay, let me see. I just want to make sure I explain this perfectly because it matters. Okay. To have the preliminary hearing, it's only going to be off of what you had available to you when you wrote up your probable cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get it? Now think about this. So that's all you can use. But you have to give me that stuff prior to the probable cause hearing so that I have an opportunity to, combat it at that probable cause hearing, right?
Right.
Now, by pushing, Ann Taylor's thought process is they need to get me all the material that they used for the probable cause, and it's going to take me a minute to go through it.
Sure.
And that's why I'm asking for like this 6 months. So listen, but this never should be this way. But guess what? During that whole course of time, at any point in time, you can become indicted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which means you can start building to indict by holding a grand jury at any point in time. And then all the stuff that you would have compiled up until that point could then be presented to a grand jury to get him indicted through a grand jury versus going the probable cause route for that preliminary hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, why would you ever stipulate to this? If they could make probable cause in 6 weeks to sort out the information and do all of that, why did you believe that it would need more than 6 weeks to go through it?
Good question. Very good question.
And they would have already had everything, right? How could it take them this long to locate and get you things? Like, you have to be knowing that in the back of your mind. So why would you ever stipulate to 6 months?
6 months, right?
And
no, that's a good point.
And
that's wild.
That's like the most important question of this case, because that's where, to me, the most deadly mistake that she made. Because think about this. at the preliminary or at the grand jury, which we would have gotten if we had a trial, we're never going to know who testified and have any of that testimony. It's all protected. It's all
right, buried.
With a couple exceptions that we know because of preliminary hearings that or pre-trial hearings that happened up until the trial, like Maury writing up a report and then testifying at a suppression hearing or a motion to compel hearing and saying, yeah, I testified at the grand jury. And yeah, I said, and it's just like, wait, you testified at the grand jury? And then we find the report that you testified to. Well, that report, you tried to sell it to the grand jury that you were actually the motherfucker that did all of like the data plotting. And it didn't come out until a year or two later that, yeah, you totally misled the grand jury. They thought that you did the data plotting with the phone and everything to get probable cause, but really, no, you just got, I went through everything to be able to testify here at this
You're right.
proceeding, which was the grand jury proceeding, which is a huge fucking, like, unbelievable, like, oh my God.
That's a big no-no, yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God, unreal. So it's, and that's just, I don't think Ann Taylor's ever going to talk about this case. I wish her.
I don't think she will either. I have a bad feeling she won't.
So it's but it's going to be someone like a Ray that I think would, and
he'll expose. At least he'll expose enough on his end, in my opinion, to be able to maybe have other people look into the other parts of it.
Or Brian Culver start filing shit,
that too.
To get him so that he wouldn't, otherwise.
Yeah. At some point, something has to give somewhere. Okay. I feel like that's what's going on in the background too, possibly right now. We'll see.
So I'm calling at the filing that I'm doing, which is a motion to compel. I'm trying to put down Ray as a witness in that I want to call to the stand.
Okay.
Because his affidavit is what I want to use to say, okay, in 30 years in what you do, you've never seen anything like this.
Right.
Can you explain what it is that you're talking about?
What are you saying? Elaborate. Thank you. Bingo. Right. That would be awesome.
Questions here. So it's his affidavit that is rising to the level of there's a problem here and the public has an interest because of his affidavit. So I want to know if that's fair game and if he can testify to his affidavit. And so I'm going to try to get it in that way. And I want to see if it's a motion to compel. And this is why this needs to be compelled, because
that would be awesome.
This was the filing. And this is why
like, what are you seeing?
There doesn't need to be any guessing here. This doesn't need to be any guessing. Bottom line is Ray would be getting on that stand, in my opinion, and saying things like the prosecutor did X, Y, and Z.
Yes.
And these are the people, when you're going to try to go and say, hey, I want public records from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, you think that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office is going to supply us with the information to put on Front Street to get them fired?
No.
So, but I think this is how that could possibly be, hey, I'm having a motion to compel. This is who I want my witness as. And I have questions surrounding his affidavit, which is implying, and then can Ann Taylor be subpoenaed? Because we're not asking for client attorney privilege. I'm just saying, you filed this, did you not? Because why? All of this unethical shit that they're hiding. And now you had a problem getting it then. And now once your client pled fucking guilty to everything across the board, we still can't get it?
Yeah, right. Like, where's it at? Thank you. 100%.
This isn't transparency.
It doesn't make sense. No.
So let's fuck around and see if we could do something that no one's ever done before.
I think that's a good idea. I really do, because that's the best way to present it. You made this statement, sir. Now, can you please tell me why?
Elaborate on this.
Yeah.
What haven't you seen in 30 years?
I would love to see that happen.
So we're going to try. Well, Merry Christmas. I kept you here for an extra hour.
No, you're good. You're good. I love it.
Love everybody.
Love it. I appreciate it very much. And thank you. Always a great time over here. Always a great show. Always thank you for everything you do. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. You too, buddy.
Well,
you're always
honestly,
working hard too, always live, and
I'm trying, but I don't think a lot of us couldn't do some of the things we do if it weren't for people like you that put the time in that you do for these things. So thank you.
You're welcome, and we need people like you talking about it and getting other people to talk about it. And
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I mean, we got to make it right somehow. So thank you again. I hope you have an amazing Christmas.
You too, buddy.
And if I don't see you, I will talk to you very soon, my dear.
All right, honey. Wait, was I supposed to add a screen? Do you have another screen that you wanted to show? I just saw that.
Don't worry about that. That's old now. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good.
Oh, well, what is it? What was it about?
It was just that reporter, that guy that supposedly saw Luigi, and they did something with the reporter. That's all.
Here, is that what you can do? You want to play it?
Oh, I don't. Let me find it again. Hold on.
Oh, if I fucked it all up like that.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I just saw it now.
We moved on. We moved on. It's
okay.
Good.
All right, then we'll just say no. We'll do it for another day.
Yeah, we'll do it another day. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. Good night, guys, or good afternoon, guys. Good evening, guys.
See you guys later.
Be back later. Much love.
All
Peace out. Bye.
All right, man. Bye.